Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for August 27th. May we have a roll call, please?
Good morning, everybody. Let the record reflect that all supervisors are here and present. Supervisor Alejo will be joining us shortly.
Thank you. And any additions or corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections.
So we have two items, 1A, 1B. Is there any public comment?
We do not have any public comment on Zoom or in person.
We'll close public comment and recess until 10:30 when we'll reconvene. To reconvene the Board of Supervisors, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
In the announcement of Spanish interpretation services, Diego Salas.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Askew, you want to lead us? Do we have any additions or corrections?
There are none.
And we have 6 ceremonial resolutions. Up here, only 2, I believe, are being presented. One by myself and one by Supervisor Askew. Is there any public comment on these resolutions? I see none.
Move approval.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. With that, how about I'll do the first presentation here. This will be for International Overdose Awareness Day. So International Overdose Awareness Day, get this set right in the right spot here so I don't blow everybody's ears out, is August 31st, 2024. And the County of Monterey is pleased to recognize August 31st as International Overdose Awareness Day in remembrance of all the lives lost and forever changed by drug overdose. The theme this year is Together We Can, reminding us all of how important it is to come together as an international community to create change. The number of opioid-related deaths in the County of Monterey has increased annually from 7 in 2017 to 31 in 2022. The county's health systems, the Natividad Medical Center, Health Department's Behavioral Health Bureau, Clinic Services Bureau, Emergency Medical Services Agency, and the Public Health Bureau work diligently and collectively to raise awareness of substance abuse and prevent stigmatization of addiction, promote effective treatments, celebrate recovery, and reinforce collective efforts to prevent future tragedies. On August 31st, let us all remember the lives lost and find hope in the more than 20 million Americans recovering from substance abuse disorders. Honoring what is possible when people are given the care, treatment, and support they need. And with that, I want to really thank our great team here on doing that. But I also want to point out that on Friday, August 30th, is Overdose Awareness Day here in the county, and there is an event at the between noon and 1 at Natividad Outpatient entrance at 1441 Constitution Boulevard, Building 200, with at 12:30 a moment of silence honoring those whose lives have been lost to opioids. With that, I want to pass on for whoever would like to say a few words. Any volunteers here? There we go.
Could I just add an update to that number 33 overdoses by the end of 2022? By quarter 3 of 2023, we had 47. And I just have a graph here that's showing that it continues to go up. So it's very important, and I'm glad we are recognizing that. My name is Dr. Zaro, Christina Zaro from Natividad, and also Laurel Family Practice Clinic, addiction medicine doctor.
Thank you. Elsa Jimenez from the Health Department. We hope you do join us on Friday at noon. And I just want to do this as a call to action that all of us have a responsibility in helping to support messaging, reducing stigma, and trying to get people into recovery who need it. But more importantly, we need to be thinking about what are the prevention strategies we need to be implementing in the community so that we have fewer people having to resort to abusing substances. And then, of course, all the negative outcomes that come with that. So thank you for recognizing this resolution, and we hope you join us on Friday. Did you want to say it? Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Are we on? Okay.
There we are.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. Next up, I am honored to be joined here by some folks from the Epicenter as we celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Epicenter of Monterey and the incredible work that the Epicenter is doing in our community. Sam Gomez and Natalie and Michelle is here with us to receive this resolution. I'm going to read a few of the whereases. So whereas the Epicenter of Monterey was founded on September 4th, 2014, with the mission to empower youth ages 14 to 24 to flourish by connecting them to community resources that provide opportunities for equity and hope in order to improve youth outcomes in Monterey County. Whereas for the past 10 years, the Epicenter has made significant strides in advancing efforts to provide authentic youth engagement, systemic change, equity, hope for all young people, and creating a place where youth can come together and find support with their peers. The Epicenter of Monterey is dedicated and committed to its members, volunteers, donors, supporters, which have all been instrumental in their success. The Epicenter of Monterey has positively impacted countless young lives and communities through services and programming for youth impacted by the foster care system, our LGBTQ+ youth, youth experiencing homelessness, and all youth transitioning to adulthood in Monterey County. As the Epicenter celebrates 10 years of service in our community, a milestone worthy of celebration, they'll be hosting community events, activities, and additional outreach efforts aimed at recognizing their achievements and inspiring ongoing continued investment in our Monterey County young people. So with that, I will give Natalie an opportunity to make a few comments as well. And thank you so much for joining us and for all of the work that you're doing. If you're out in community at any community forums, community spaces, you've likely seen the Epicenter tent doing outreach work. So please stop by, say hi to these guys. And yeah.
First off, I would want to say thank you to everyone for coming, and also thank you for Supervisor Eskew for this recognition here. I just want to say that with the Epicenter, I feel like not only have me, myself grown a lot, but all of our youth who come into our doors. When I first came to the Epicenter, I was really shy. I was not outgoing at all. But working with them, I've gained a lot of trainings, a lot of experience, and I've worked a lot with outreach. So I've given back to the community just as well as I've received it. And I just want to thank everyone here for also giving back to their community and also coming here and just being here present and just providing the support that we all need, especially now. And I just want to say, again, thank you. And we just want to continue to provide that support for our youth here. And if we also have an upcoming workshop this Wednesday at 3:30 at our center. It's 737 South Main Street in front of the Salinas High School. So if you know of any youth ages of 15 or 14 to 24, we're going to be there. So thank you again. Have a nice day.
Awesome. Let's get over here and take a quick photo. And come a long way speaking in front of an audience at the Board of Supervisors meeting from being a shy student. I'm impressed.
We'll move on to, yes. Was there somebody on to the public comment for resolutions, I believe?
Yes, phone number ending in 902.
902, did you have a comment on the resolutions? Your hand raised?
Yes, this is Nina. Yes, this is Nina Beatty.
Yes, please go
I had
ahead.
a comment on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I had a comment on resolution number 5 and number 6. Number 5 does not identify the cancer causers here. The herbicides and pesticides used by Big Ag hurting children at home, at school, and when they work in the fields. The Fort Ord Superfund contamination, which affects soil, water, and air, which controlled burn spread and sicken further. But CSUMB and housing is built there without disclosure. Toxic plumes are radiating out into the Salinas Valley, and the Monterey Peninsula water comes from underneath, where children drink, which children drink and bathe. The EMF RF radiation from cell towers, Wi-Fi, cell phones, sport watches, smart meters in the Naval Postgraduate School, cell towers at schools and in neighborhoods, industrial strength Wi-Fi at schools. This is a known cancer danger, especially to children who absorb far more into their brains and eyes and bone marrow than adults and have lifetime exposure. The county promotes these cancer causers. And how is the county and this fund actually preventing cancer? That's the metric that matters to children. On Resolution 6, Salinas is a hotspot in the county for toxic exposures. The Blue Zone Project doesn't address causes of poor health in Salinas, bordered by Big Ag fields and constantly exposed to their chemicals, full of cell towers, including next to the Monterey County Office of Education, Star Pharmacy, and Salinas Valley Health. Blue Zones is co-owned by a digital first company, which markets cell phone app services through microwave emitting smartphones. Where is the actual reduction of hazards and harm to Salinas residents? Nothing has changed until these toxic issues are addressed and remediated. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nobody else, so we will close public comment. Move on to appointments, which we have 3 at this point. Is there any public comment on any of these 3 appointments? And seeing none onto that, I'll bring it back to the board for motion. First, second. All those in favor of the appointments? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And we can move on to item number 10 on the consent calendar. Is there any public comment on items on the consent calendar?
There is one hand raised, 082.
Yes, 082. This is for a comment on the consent calendar. You would have 2 minutes if it is.
Yes, I was raising my hand for the resolution that Nina Beatty was commenting on. I don't know if I missed that opportunity or not, but that's where my hand was raised.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we passed that over there. I did ask for that at the end, and I think you're a little, we didn't get to that, so this would be on the consent calendar. So, board have any items they want to pull or discuss, comments? None, okay. Motion, first, second. All those in favor on the consent calendar? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll move on to general public comments. Item number 11, is there any, go to the chambers here first. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Supervisor and other supervisors, Askew, Alejo, and the new, I still see you as new because I haven't been here when you've been in your seat, Mr. Lopez and Mary Adams, my supervisor. I just wanted to say, my name is Tom Rowley, R-O-W-L-E-Y. I happen to be president of Fisherman's Flats Neighborhood Association, Homeowners and Residents Association, but also I'm vice president of Monterey for the Taxpayers Association, and I'm also a professional realtor. Before any of you were involved in the county, we had a volunteer group representing virtually 90% or more of all the jobs in Monterey County looking at the update of general plan in 2010. We met once a week for 10 years, reviewing what was being done by the county planner that had been hired by you. There were some late-minute changes put in by the supervisors without going through the Planning Commission on water. And we said, please don't do this. you're going to force us to file a lawsuit, which we did. And so there were 7 petitioners at that time, and the county general plan was changed. And of course, now we have these groundwater rules that have come into effect. And it's interesting to see that the service element is going to be updated again this morning. And that's why I'm here. I was participated for over, if you volunteer, is over 10 years. So it's good to see that you're hopefully making changes that are necessary and bringing this up to date. We still have the water problems and the water issues, and they're not going to go away. So keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments inside chambers on items not on today's agenda? Thank you.
Karen Cameron's Salinas resident. Where to begin with 2 minutes? I'll go back and listen. I obviously missed quite a bit. I'd like to double up on some of the comments I heard earlier. I was present at Salinas Vision 2040 when an OEHHA draft map was released in regards to Salinas. It showed the pesticide pollution burden. I'll get each of you a copy of it. It shows 90 to 100% pesticide accumulation. I almost go into tears every time I share this because nothing gets done. I'll get you a copy, but many of the land sites that you're looking at are in those areas that are 90 to 100% accumulated with toxins. So that's a reality that we live with on a daily basis. But what I really came to talk with you about is how you've been excluding Salinas, 40% of the county, in regards in particular to the housing plan that you're speaking more about today. I've been here back and forth, and you played shell games with 10 sites. No, the Planning Commission took out these, and then went back to, I think it was 6 sites, perhaps you finalized on Salinas. Back and forth in particular with the sites in North Salinas that seem to have been promised either by the city or the county. But I want to emphasize one thing I didn't get in my last 2 minutes last time when there were 3 city council members in the room when the emphasis was on the county strike. You had the audacity to finalize this plan not only late, where we won't get any state grant funding, but on the same day that Salinas was swearing in their city council member. I literally went here from public comment, down the street, gave public comment there, and then came back to see you finalize things and talk about how you had hired someone who didn't even understand the county and referred to Seaside as North County. I'm just really disappointed in the process. Salinas was seriously left out. How are they supposed to participate? We don't have clones. I went down there and told them in 2 minutes, go home and watch the county on Zoom, because you needed to have been there.
Thank you for your comments.
Let's do better.
Anybody else in the chambers? Is anybody online?
Yes, phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, I want to talk about the train. I just came through the Bay Area, and God, you think there's traffic on where they want to put the surf busway. It's crazy. It's just nonstop traffic, and it's so hard to get up there. And there's just millions of cars around, and it's just really hurting our environment. You know, it seems like the government's kind of like a two-headed monster, because on one hand, you want all these big events like the Car Week that make lots of money, but on the other hand, you say you're, you know, for reducing emissions and stopping greenhouse gases. So it's kind of inconsistent, and it doesn't seem real. But I'm sure if Car Weeks were banned until the train came in to bring all those visitors, you'd get that train moving in real quick if some of these big events were banned. But it's just a shame that we don't have a good train, way to get all these tourists down here, all these cars clogging up the highways. And it seems that if only you all had worked as hard on that as you had on this very environmentally destructive surf project, which Carl Cedric is not an environmental scientist, and he has an agenda, and you seem to just let him lead you instead of the other way around, because you're all on the Tansy board, and you know, it's a very significant endangered species, the second most important dune complex, and you got 20 miles or so of highway that's 2 miles, 2 lanes, and then a little short section that's 3 lanes, and you want to bypass the one that goes the quickest, and that's going to get all kinds of people out of their cars, which doesn't make any sense because it's a rather slow route from Salinas to Monterey. So please, and now they're talking about, oh, we got to get rid of the tracks because the Coastal Commission says you got to lay it right over the tracks. Don't go along with it. Bring the train. Don't do the surf. That's going to be over $100 million. It's a waste of money. The public doesn't want it. Maybe the politicians and the developers want it, but the public doesn't want it. And the public is tired of being deceived.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you very much.
Ricardo Diaz.
Yes, Mr. Diaz, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Chair. Thank you for taking my public comment. I wanted to speak about the Monterey Bay Youth Football League. That's the only football league in Monterey County. The league, most of the youth football teams in Monterey County and Watsonville use. The board has always been the problem there. They keep voting each other to stay. Don't let outsiders in and shuffle their positions to stay on. The teams, parents, and kids have always been oppressed and suppressed from their potential. I used to be a coach there for 10 years, from 12 to 22 for North County, a small population and good ran team, yet never had a MBYFL board member to my knowledge, as well as other teams like Watsonville. Us as elected officials have the obligation to ask questions in our territories and our jurisdictions of the facilities being used by teams, and ask those teams that are scared to break away or speak up against the MBYFL. I have been pushing this on social media lately because of a recent article by Sarah Rubin about a gentleman named Danny Contreras who made a mistake a long time ago. I just would urge you guys to talk to other elected officials like yourself and us to ask these teams like what's going on, because it's corruption, it's millions of dollars of money, and these board members are guilty. They did so many things to so many parents. There's so many stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Phone number ending in 082.
082, yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. I want to talk about the importance of bringing back the train to Monterey. We all know the traffic problems, the air pollution that accompanies it, poisoning our brains and lungs. Tons of thousands of tourists come here weekly in their cars, but if they had a train from San Francisco to here, many thousands would take that route instead, alleviating the tons of emissions going on that affects our sanctuary and ourselves. For the last 10 years, TAMC, of which you, Mary Adams, and Mr. Church are members of, have eliminated the effective carpool program that existed years ago. TAMC has had 4 years to seek President Biden's transportation grant money to bring back the train, and instead you support the Surf Bus Line project, which will devastate our sand dunes, the second largest and most important environmental sand dunes in California. Sand dunes sequester tons of carbon, and yet not one of you mentioned their role in keeping global greenhouse emissions down. When I tell you how important it is we keep our trees, you vote to cut down thousands of eucalyptus trees, releasing tons of carbon and stored pollutants. With people like you in positions of power, we have no hope in moving forward to stop or slow down the global catastrophic nightmare, which has already devastated so many lives worldwide and even here. Please start now. Save the train. It's a huge step forward, and it's something you can do. Thank you.
We have nobody else on public comment, general public comment, so we'll close that and move on to a scheduled matter, item number 12, which is report regarding the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin investigation.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development, presenting the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin Investigation Report for your consideration today. Here with me is Amy Osterstoff. I may have gotten that wrong. Abby Ostavar. Thank you. I'm joined online by Derek Williams and Amy Woodrow with Water Resources Agency as well. And we'll be handing off the presentation midway through. Today, we are simply presenting the report for your consideration. This is general plan implementation. It's policy PS 3.1 of the 2010 general plan as it's been amended to resolve a couple of litigations. And we seek your direction, if any, on the direction to go from here today. As I mentioned, this is general plan implementation. Policy PS 3.1 of the general plan requires proof of a long-term sustainable water supply for all new discretionary land use entitlements. There are a couple of exceptions within that policy, things like the first single-family dwelling on a lot, a list to be developed, which includes critical infrastructure projects, and then there was a rebuttable presumption established that there was long-term water supply in Zone 2C of the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin. That rebuttable presumption was put in place, but it required the county to prepare a study of the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin, and Water Resources Agency and HCD coordinated with Montgomery and Associates to prepare that report, and we're presenting that report for your consideration today. As it's written in the general plan, there's a lot of words on this slide, but essentially should the report find that total water demand in the year 2030, which was the projected year that the general plan EIR was considering, should the water use be exceeded in the projected future conditions, or if groundwater elevations are likely to decline, or if seawater intrusion boundaries likely to advance, then the county will consider measures to adopt measures to address the situations found within that study. We will provide some of the measures recommended in the report today, just as an overview, and then we'd be asking the board to provide direction to staff to go back and study some measures for implementation at a later date. The conclusion of the investigation at a high level, there are 3 different scenarios, but is that there may be more water being used than was anticipated in the 2010 General Plan EIR. There are some sub-basins within the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin that are seeing declines in groundwater elevations, and there's likely to be advancing seawater intrusion by the year 2030. So we do have to consider some measures to address those. And again, that would be something the HCD would study in partnership with all of the partners within our community and the agencies involved who probably know a little more than I do about this subject. I'm going to turn it over to Abby and to take it away from here.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, supervisors. So for the basin study, the basin investigation, we projected the 2030 population. So we took what was in the EIR, we looked at more recent data, more recent projections, and re-estimated what the projected population would be. We estimated the water demand for the main water uses within the groundwater basin, which are agricultural and urban. And we did that for low, medium, and high growth scenarios, although in the end they ended up being pretty close to each other. Then we used 2 different groundwater models to estimate the changes in groundwater elevations and seawater intrusion in 2030. And we did apply a climate change factor that used the central tendency for climate change based on the recommended climate scenario by the Department of Water Resources. The power. In short, the findings find that across the valley, there are likely to be groundwater elevation declines, but this varies by the sub-area. So if you look at this chart, this shows the total groundwater elevation change from 2021 to 2030, and then the rate of elevation change by year for each of the three scenarios. And then if you look down, it's got the four main sub areas, the east side, forebay, pressure, and upper valley. And you can see by the red colors that the most prominent declines are projected to be in the east side, which is basically from Salinas over to the Gavilan Range to the east, down to about Gonzales, and then the pressure sub area, which is the coastal area west of here, and then going down valley west of Highway 1 to about Gonzales as well. So the greatest declines, as we see today, are in the northern areas of the valley, those two sub areas, and they are projected to continue being in those areas. And then slighter declines in the forebay and upper valley, which are the southernmost two sub areas. And note that we concluded this prior to the wet winter rains that we had in 2023, so those weren't taken into account in the study. But you can see in general, the northern valley has greater declines than South Valley in groundwater elevations, and independent of any action that's anticipated to continue. It also found that given those declines, as groundwater elevations are well below sea level, seawater intrusion is projected to advance inland. These two figures here show the two aquifers where we have seawater intrusion. They're the shallowest two aquifers, the 180-foot and the 400-foot aquifers. It has the mapped seawater intrusion extent in the hatched or shaded area. And then we have a groundwater model that models the advancement of seawater intrusion. And the baseline is in 2017 is in gray, and then the three colors are the low, medium, and high scenarios. And you can see a slight advancement in seawater intrusion in both aquifers, and then the islands of seawater intrusion in the 400 are also blend into or merge into one area. So continued advancement of seawater intrusion given the groundwater elevation decline.
Okay, thank you, Abby. So getting back to the recommended measures, the report contained 11 measures, I believe. They were broken down into water supply or water conservation measures and seawater intrusion measures. I'm just providing a list on two different slides here to keep the wording down to a minimum. Many of the recommended measures are already being carried out by our partner agencies. Water Resources Agency, for instance, is operating the dams at the reservoirs in South County and exploring ways to make those the most efficient and best operations they can. And the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, as well as all the other groundwater sustainability agencies in the county, are exploring projects and policies to help address some of these conditions. Because the general plan policy really requires, has a land use focus, the one measure that's bolded here was to consider groundwater conditions in land use planning. So it is our intent to go back and work with the groundwater sustainability agencies as well as all the other partners in Water Resources Agency, to identify ways in which that would work as part of moving forward with a water policy of our general plan that deals with land use. Again, continuing on with the recommended measures in the report, there are things that are ongoing, active discussions amongst some of our water agencies, and things that are already being carried out as part of their regular duties. So what this means is that we do need to update policy PS 3.1 of the general plan. The policy does direct that this report be prepared. Establishes the rebuttable presumption, which we're no longer using. I do need to mention that we are behind schedule under that general plan policy. There were some delays in modeling and then some delays in staff turnover, but we're here now with the report. We will need to update policy PS 3.1 simply to reflect at least that the rebuttable presumption is not really applicable anymore. And that we've prepared the report and we'll need new policies to take effect in that location. In the meantime, We have not been using the rebuttable presumption in Zone 2C. For land use purposes, we have considered Zone 2C as part of an overall solution to groundwater, but it isn't the proof of long-term sustainable water supply in our findings. We would continue to analyze projects in the context of the State Groundwater Management Act as HCD, and we'll begin at the direction of the board to work on some policies and measures that address the conditions as they're shown in the investigation report. So again, we're presenting the investigation for your consideration today, and that concludes my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Have any questions here from the board before we go to the public? I don't see any. I do have a question actually on the report and on some of the data. I always like to see the most recent current data when you're making on decisions. And my understanding, the report was finalized in June 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
But what I did notice on some really should be important data is a lot of the water data was really related to 2017. There's a lot of references to 2017. There's also a reference to, as you look into the report, it points out how population has changed quite dramatically from the estimations from 2000, when the estimations in 2000 was that this county is going to have a population of about 527,000, and we're in the 430, by 2020, we're in the 430,000 range. But we also use the 2018, on this report, also use the 2018 AMBAG population estimates, which put it about, with some adjustment, to 476. But there's been a lot of changes since then as well, especially with COVID. And so now the population is seen even lower at 446. AMBAG did something in 2022. There's obviously been a lot more water data available since 2017. Is there a reason that this wasn't something more up to date, wasn't included in this report since it was presented in 2023?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Sure. So the project started several years earlier, and we worked with Monterey County Water Resources Agency to implement this in somewhat of a phased approach. So we analyzed the existing data, brought it up to date, and then we did the groundwater modeling part after that. So the first phase of it had been done earlier, and 2017 in particular was used because the groundwater model developed by the USGS has land use up to 2017. So that date brings the data together so that it's comparable with that. There is some data in here that is post-2017 included. So not everything is 2017, but we wrestled with how to bring together all these different data sources to make sense, and they have different dates associated. So,
well, I appreciate that. I understand that, and there is some into there. It still makes it difficult to look forward and go forward when you've got data that's almost a decade old that we're looking at on some of this, and it's I just wish there was a way to work, current data into this model so we can have something up to date. Obviously, 2017 was a wet year. We had some dry in some other areas. We've had some wet years since then. It's just it's hard to really it's hard to know just where we're at on some of the data without everything being up to date. Is my concern with it. But thank you for the explanation there. Seeing no other comments here from the board, we'll take it out to the public. Is there anybody in the chambers? Yes, Mr. Groot.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey. And as full disclosure, we were also part of this lawsuit originally that triggered not only the settlement, but also the investigation study. First of all, I think this puts us in a situation where this report was released to the public late last week and has given us very little time to go through it and understand all the different ramifications. And I have complete respect for Dr. Ostavar and what she does and accomplishes for our Groundwater Sustainability Agency. But there are some serious anomalies in this data, as Chair Church mentioned, and one that really stuck out to me through this process of reading it and going through it and trying to assimilate all these numbers. The report in table ES1 notes that agricultural water demand in 2030 under the medium growth projection is 479,000 acre feet, whereas the most recent Water Resources Agency groundwater extraction report, or GEMS reporting for 2023, notes agricultural use at 361,000 acre feet. So that's over 100,000 acre feet that we're going to be using in the next 6 years. That just doesn't make sense to me, and especially with the conservation efforts that agriculture has been using for the last 25 years and reducing a quarter of that irrigation water over that time period. It really, I think we need to have more time for the community to absorb this report, understand what it's saying, and really those projections that are coming. And I agree, 2017 seems like a eon ago, trying to figure out how that all fits at the end of a 5-year drought period and using that as a baseline, particularly since we've had some really considerably wet years the last couple of years. So I just offer caution that we take a step back, allow the community to review this for the next 40, 45 days before we start implementing action or moving forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Church, Supervisors. Sarah Hardgrave with the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. We also were not involved with the preparation of this report, and I would appreciate some time to review it and work with your staff to understand its implications. Also, some of the recommendations do identify things that we are actively working on, and we will be able to provide an update on some of those activities later this year. We're in the middle of producing feasibility studies for several of the items that are in the recommendations, and those will be completed by the end of the year. So I do think that as we move forward, working together, there is an opportunity to bring the data more current and up to date. The modeling that we're doing to understand the potential effects of projects on seawater intrusion is looking out to a 2070 timeline, so looking out further into the future to understand the implications of a no project scenario versus taking other actions. So we do look forward to working with you on these matters moving forward and would appreciate some time to work with your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Tom Raleigh again. I'd like to support MPTA, support what Norm Groot said. When this board didn't listen before is when you wound up the problems. If he recommends taking 45 days, please listen to what Norm is saying. They need it. If they want the time to evaluate and get back to you with understanding what the nitty-gritty in this report, that makes sense. So please don't take any early action without hearing what the ag community and the Farm Bureau really wants, what their evaluation on this report. So thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers? I do not see anybody. Online?
Yes, John Farrow.
Yes, Mr. Farrow, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the staff putting together this report. It seems the conclusions are straightforward, that there are projected increases in consumption, projected declines in groundwater levels, and projected increase in seawater intrusion. I don't think there's any basic dispute about whether those conclusions are accurate. They are consistent with what the GSA has been modeling and planning around. The most critical recommendation in the report is, in our view, to do something about controlling pumping in the 180-400, which is where the groundwater declines are leading to seawater intrusion. The reason that's critical is that the GSA is obligated to meet what are called interim milestones for seawater intrusion, which by 2025 requires them to have seawater intrusion not advance any further than it had advanced in 2017. There's no way they're going to make that. And the problem is that they're relying exclusively on long-term projects, that infrastructure projects that won't be online for 5, 10, 15 years. The GSA's plan itself called for interim pumping reductions to accommodate this, but the GSA board has decided to back burner these things, and they are not looking at demand management and pumping reductions as a possible solution, at least on an interim basis, in the 180-400. We urge the board to recognize that it has independent authority to regulate groundwater use and that it has a voice in this. It doesn't need to just do what the GSA says. The GSA represents one constituency. The board represents a much broader constituency. And we urge you to recognize your authority and duty to act about this and to use at least your authority to persuade the GSA to move toward getting ready to do demand management in the 180-400. And that just requires that they collect some data and come up with some pumping allocations. But that work has to be done so that they're ready to implement pumping reductions when I think they're going to determine it's necessary. Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Phone number ending in 082.
Yes, 082. Please go ahead. 08.
Yes, I'd like to.
Yes,
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, what's left out of this conversation is the role that trees play in helping accelerate groundwater and giving water to the ground. And to give you an example of that, in Costa Rica, they lost their rainfall. So they called scientists from all over the world to study why that was happening. And the scientists said it's because you've cut down your trees. So they stopped cutting down their trees and their rainfall came back. Trees play a crucial role in producing rainfall because of the transpiration of their leaves. They take the moisture from the ground and they put it through their leaves, and that's why we have dew. But it also brings rainfall. And it's very important to study this and to plant as many trees as you can and to save as many trees as you can to help this vital issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, 837. You have 2 minutes.
Brian Rosen here. I think the problem is the population keeps growing and we keep using more and more, and we're not sustainable, and we need to be sustainable. A growing population using water and living the kind of lifestyle we live, wasteful lifestyle we live, has a big drain even on the groundwater. And it is a big problem. The pesticides are getting into the groundwater, which is very bad. And water is being taken for a bad purpose, toxic agriculture. So after you're all done with this, if you go out to lunch, may I suggest you go to an organic place, and all of you support organic because it does make a big difference for the groundwater, the environment, and everything else. So anyhow, it's true. Trees have an amazing draw water. Eucalyptus trees, I find them magnificent. I think they're going way overboard with the hatred of the so-called non-native trees, and they need to be protected. They're going to draw more water in. Wind breaks, the eucalyptus tree wind breaks bring a huge amount of water. They're water attractors, and they shouldn't come down. So I think that's important to address the trees and how they help attract more water into the groundwater, and that we need to be careful and not overdo it with the zeal or the fear, based on fear often. And so that's my comment. I hope you'll address the pesticides and try to make a difference in your own lives as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nancy Isaacson.
Yes, Nancy Isaacson, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Nancy Isaacson, Salinas Valley Water Coalition. And first, I'd like to get a copy of the slides. I'd like to request that. And I wanted to confirm that you received 2 letters yesterday, I believe, one from the Salinas Valley Water Coalition, one from Clark Colony Water Company. And both of them cited errors that we've gleaned from our very cursory review of the report. We too, as been stated, feel that there hasn't been sufficient time in order to review the report. Even if, and I'm not saying they are, but even if the conclusions are on the right path, the data that's in the report, there's a lot of it that is factually wrong, misleading, and we all know if it stands and not corrected, it will be picked up and used at some later point. That's not fair to anyone. And we've spent a lot of time building trust. Really surprised that this report appears to just arbitrarily have taken out and discounted the Arroyo Seco management area that's within the 4-bay, adopted GSP, and also there's a carved out section for the Arroyo Seco in Zone 2C, which this study was supposed to be the basis for. So we ask, as we did in our letter, for additional time so that we can move forward, take a look and a further look at the report, and ask that you consider giving us more time and then consider having needed corrections made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ricardo Diaz, trustee, North Monterey County Unified School District. I attended some meetings earlier this year, one in Castroville. There were stats that said ag uses 91% of our water. 96% of the water used is groundwater. They say that they have reduced their water usage 20% in the last 26 years, and supposedly using 82% of the water through drip irrigation. What we see is different. When they destroy our roads, dirty our cars, when is there going to be oversight? Just like any other branch of things like cannabis, like sheriff, possibly like other things, when is there going to be oversight on ag? I don't know if there already is, but there surely should be. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else?
Christopher Bunn.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Bunn.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Mr. Groot and Ms. Isaacson's comments in terms of we'd appreciate some more time to digest this and certainly correct some of the numbers in there. The irrigation number that Norm cited is particularly puzzling. I don't think anybody in the Valley is thinking about switching to rice farming. While Water Resource Agency and the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, they're dealing with a great many of the water issues in the report, both for the short term and the long term. And I think we need to stick with that process. But I have to point out that for all of the water issues, the deficiencies in the report, the river really is the key to that. And the problem is there's a certain puzzlement in regard to what to do about the river, because you've got two agencies that have different focuses and different goals for the river. So that creates a certain amount of conflict and paralysis about the river. And as many hydrologists over the years have pointed out, Howard Franklin included, we really don't have a water supply issue in the Valley. It's not a water supply problem, it's a plumbing problem. And the river is key to that. And I would encourage the Board of Supervisors that the Valley needs you to put your influence behind the two water agencies, whether that be, lending your lobbying capabilities, grants, funding, whatever that might be. But I think your influence would be very beneficial to the ongoing process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Leip.
Yes, Mr. Leip, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bill Leip, resident of Monterey County. Want to thank the comments about the data issues, including Chair Church there. I think we can do better. I think Abby cited some good reasons as to why they were using 2017, but we can certainly look at the most recent pumping numbers that the agency has, along with some of the more current science that's been done by the GSA and the agency both, to better understand this. And I think I heard Mr. Spencer say, and I appreciate that, they're behind schedule on where they're supposed to be, but that's not really the public's fault. So I think, giving the public, a month and a half to digest this and formulate some thoughts and ideas and comments is certainly appropriate. And I want to highlight another issue, which is the report doesn't seem to designate certain areas within the valley. The GSA does. We know we have 6 major subbasins that they're responsible for, and each one of them is different. Some are in not so good shape, like the 18400, which is critically overdrafted. That's been long time known, and seawater intrusion is still occurring. You have issues on the east side, and then you have the forebay and the upper valley. People like to make this a north-south thing, but it's really not. It's just a matter of actual facts. Those subbasins in the south and the forebay and the upper valley are in very good shape. And when the reservoirs and the precipitation's happening and the reservoirs are being managed in a thoughtful, efficient, and compliant way, those 2 subbasins are likely always going to be in really good shape. I think you saw the numbers of what the fluctuation or the forecasted lowerings are in those 2 subbasins, minimal at best. So I would hope that this report would recognize the differences in the valley. It was mentioned the Arroyo Seco management area. There may be other management areas that come up in time that we'll deal with differently, even within a single.
Thank you.
No more.
That's it. Okay. We'll close public comment and bring it back here to the board.
I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if staff wouldn't like to respond to any of the points raised. I know I saw some head shaking, some nodding, some reactions while folks were commenting. I'd love to hear any responses.
Sure. If there's anybody in this and staff, I know there's a couple online too that would have any comments.
Real briefly, we are presenting the report and seeking initial direction. It is going to take more than 45 days. To do some of the coordination we need to do to come up with some measures that we can present to the board. And that will include a number of different conversations with a number of different stakeholders. I think Amy Woodrow from Water Resources is also online. She may have some comments to add as well. And I'd also be happy to provide copies of the presentation if there's a request for that.
Yes, Amy, you have something you would like to add? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Church. I just wanted to, add a little more context to some of the comments and questions about the use of the 2017 as a baseline. As Dr. Ostavar alluded to, we were relying on modeling tools, and while we have continued to update those and incorporate more recent data since this report was written, there is a lengthy kind of recalibration and testing process that goes into adding new data into a model and then using it. So in order to, complete this report, we did need to at some point, stop updating the model and then actually implement it. So I think we recognize that there is certainly more recent data available. I think there's also value in looking at the overall trends that we're seeing. There's a fairly long data set presented in the report. We can look at trends that we're seeing from more current data, and there is, very little change in the kind of the overall outcomes and the findings of the report, even when you incorporate more data. But I do understand and appreciate those comments, both from the supervisors and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments from staff. Kind of bring it back here to the board for comments.
Yeah, this is obviously an issue that I'm very involved and engaged with, and the way this report came about, I don't think met those expectations from the public about engagement. We understand that. We're hearing that very clearly today, so I'm hoping as in terms of direction that we can give an extended period for staff to go back and really spend time with everyone at the table to have conversations about the different issues raised, whether it's inclusion of the Arroyo Seco, questions about the data being used, to bring back as good of a follow-up report as possible. But I think big picture for us, the thing that really stands out to me every time we have conversations about water is how blessed we are in that we're having conversations about solutions that we can solve. And I think everybody at the table to a point agrees on that. And what that means is as was shared in a very interesting way, is we have a plumbing problem, right? And the plumbing problem for us is we have water, we just don't have it where we need it. And how we get it back to where we need it in order to percolate and get into the groundwater where we really need it long term is our challenge. And I know that we have different groups looking at that. In my opinion, there's still not enough of that in terms of percolation studies. I would love to see that be part of our next steps, specifically on the east side, to understand along those foothills, where are those regions where we might see benefit of recharge? What are the sources of water that can be used year round to allow for some of that to take place? Some of those solutions which I'm hearing are being considered, but in my opinion, not strongly enough to help solve this problem, are things that I would like to see really be analyzed. I want to be clear that I don't think a lot of folks out there who might be watching this and have a cursory understanding of water in Monterey County are truly understanding the importance of the outcome of the ramifications of some of the decisions that could be made based on data that is incomplete and really not ready. And what I mean by that is housing uses less water than agriculture. And so somebody might say the true answer is to put in more housing to pave over more acres. Yes, do permeable concrete and that water will continue to seep down. But long term, we're going to lose what we do here. We're going to lose our identity, our base, when other solutions need to be looked at first. This idea of just stopping agriculture, which I heard several folks bring up today, will have an unintended consequence, which is we will turn into San Jose, Santa Clara, and no, the tech industry will not boom here in that same way. We're strictly going to be more bedrooms. And what we do here is so important, not just for our regional economy, but for the world. We can't afford that. We need to solve the plumbing problem. We don't need to pave over our blessing in order to benefit some other region. It's really about who we are. And that's the conversation we're having today, and why so many people are asking us to take the time to do it right, to analyze the data to the best degree possible. And I hear staff's response that perhaps the data isn't strikingly different and given the wet years, but understanding that I've got 2 wells and watching them react in the last year to the rain, I have to disagree, at least in the Arroyo Seco, where I've seen a huge difference in my groundwater levels. Maybe others aren't, but I think it deserves taking the time to get this right. I understand that we have mandates we have to meet. Those have been laid out for us. We understand that there's going to be expectations from folks, and everybody speaking today to some degree or another has an agenda, but I think everybody up here on the dais does too, and that is to do right by the residents that we represent. That is our agenda. And in that, given that, I hope that we can take the time, that we can encourage using the bully pulpit, that we have additional studies to find ways to put more water into the ground, because I know that there's a new agency. So much has changed since this requirement was created. New entire forms of government have been created to help address this problem. We have to rely on them to a degree, but we also have to influence to the point that we can to make sure that everything that we think might be out there gets looked at, because this is our opportunity. A door has opened given this to do that. And so I don't want to just say, hey, let's rely on someone else. I want to say, let's do what we can to put forward a little direction here and protect our gift. And I think that's what we're all after today. So that's where my mind is today, Mr. Chair. A bit mixed, but I hope that helps.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I want to start off with thanking the staff for the presentation, the report. A lot of good points raised by the public. We've waited for many years just to get to this point, taking a couple more months, 60 to 90 days to have this be our first reading and get some more input and really look at those numbers, because I agree with one comment that was made. Once it's kind of adopted and finalized, we don't know how this report will be used down the road, and we got to be cognizant of that. That's real, especially when it comes to issues of water, agriculture, residential homes. It has a lot of implications, so I get that. And I just wanted to agree with what Supervisor Lopez just said. A lot has dramatically changed since 2010. from the Groundwater Sustainability Act that was passed in 2014, and then about 2018, I was one of the founding members of the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And then more recently, the pressures that we also get from the new RENA numbers, the state really, I think, almost tripling the expectations or the requirements for planning where residential homes will be built over the next 8 years. So these are all things that are intertwined, but also sometimes that they come into conflict with each other. And then I also wanted to say, I think on the modeling, that did take a long time, that U.S. Geological Survey modeling and trying to fine-tune that system and that data. It took many years just to get to that point where I think people feel comfortable with it. On the recommendations, I think I want to be very thoughtful on that as well, because some things look good on paper here on your list of recommendations on the agenda, but they are very expensive, right? And we know that we could be pursuing grants. They only get us so far in terms of just the planning, much less on actually carrying the projects out. I wish, in my recent example, was when there was a $97 billion surplus, we asked for money for water projects, and it was very difficult, even when there was the record surplus. So even, and that astounded me, because I was saying, when I was in the legislature, there was a major drought going on. There was a big push for water infrastructure and all kinds of groundwater recharge efforts. There was a water bond passed. It was the worst of times, and there were communities like East Porterville, whose wells were going literally dry. Mendota had the highest unemployment rate because of farms, when they don't have their water allocations, then the workers are out of work. I think they had a 40% unemployment rate at one point, that Central Valley town. And you would think with that history that when we had good times and a record surplus, there'd be a lot more investment in the state towards addressing and helping local agencies, local governments address these long-term real challenges. And it just didn't turn out to be that way. And that was, for me, that was, it was surprising. I just thought the legislature during good times and with record numbers would be really investing in addressing these real issues that are very costly. I think there's some will to address them, but the resources are very limited. And we certainly at the local level don't have all the financial wherewithal to fund these very expensive projects. So many of these are good. Others are I know, are going to take more time, are very expensive, and those questions are always very difficult, you know. So I take that with a lot of seriousness. And I just wanted to remind the public, yeah, some of these, you want to do them, but when resources are limited and you're trying to put that solely on local ratepayers, it can make things very financially difficult for us here at the local level, and I get that as well. So at this point, I'm good for reading this, taking some time, bringing this back at some point for action, and then also, I think, some strategy on some of these recommendations as well. And I agree with some of the recommendations about now that we have the other agencies that are spearheading these efforts, no need to reinvent the wheel. Let's collaborate, let's complement the work, and let's advance it further along. Thank you.
Before we go to the supervisors, I believe we have a staff member with Nan Kim from Water Resources. Yes, Nan, do you have some comments? Does she have her hand raised? Yes, please go ahead, Nan.
Hi, good morning. I was just listening into the presentation. I do not have any comments. Just an interesting topic.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. It was in-depth and very interesting, and I appreciate it. When I'm looking at the recommended measures, I'm troubled because I keep hearing that people are saying, let's just, give it a little more time and come back. I'm fearful that the things that we're seeing here are so serious that we have to have a time certain that we are going to start paying attention to the things that are mentioned in this report. And my hope is that we would be able to come up with some kind of a timeline and something that we can do that will be able to look at the interim milestones, and that we've got a responsibility to track them and make sure that we really are meeting those milestones. I think that would really be an important thing for us to do. I also look at the different recommended measures and was wondering if there is any prioritization that you have given, so that as one is looking at the overall picture, if we do X first, that's really going to, be like the critical thing that we need to do as we continue to do more research to find out how we can implement some of the other things. Any comment on the prioritization?
Sure. There's not a prioritization within the report. It gives several options for addressing groundwater level decline and then seawater intrusion. As people have noticed or mentioned, now we have SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and we have agencies, groundwater sustainability agencies, that are looking at the various options. But when we put together the report, there wasn't sufficient feasibility analysis of the various options to give a solid recommendation. So rather, the recommendation is that there are options and to work together with the groundwater sustainability agencies to do that prioritization and move forward.
So since we have land use planning here with us, and one of the things that is mentioned is to consider groundwater conditions in land use planning. Can you tell me, if you were looking at Monterey County on a scale of 1 to 10, where do we fall with ensuring that we are looking at groundwater conditions in land use planning that we do?
The general plan requires all discretionary entitlements have evidence of long-term sustainable water supply, not including single-family homes. So what is discretionary and what is not is a question that, makes that general plan policy applicable to the analysis we do. So when it's a discretionary permit, it's not a single-family dwelling, we need to make findings with evidence to support those findings that there's a long-term sustainable water supply the way things are written right now. There's a number of things that happen in the county that are not discretionary entitlements. Most of what ends up at the board, if not everything, is discretionary permits, either on appeal or legislative actions. Everything that goes to the Planning Commission as well. So things that happen that are just building permits don't have that level of review. With the findings, there is there's some evidence now that there are areas of the county that we would have a hard time finding long-term sustainable water supply. But what we're doing is working with the groundwater sustainability agencies through their mandate under SGMA to find those solutions to identify, how to bring that groundwater basin into some, I think it's avoid negative consequences or bring it into some level of sustainability. So we would want to go back and work with the GSAs on how our plans communicate back and forth. And in the meantime, we're looking at which subbasin it is a project in. Is it a discretionary permit? Do we need to make the findings? And can we rely on SGMA and the projects identified through their GSAs and GSPs? Longer term, it's going to take some time. We do need to update those policies of our general plan to really describe how we're evaluating permits for long-term water supply.
So I know you have a lot of things on your plate. There's no question about it. But my hope is that as we accept the report, that we do have some firm dates where we will be able to see this, and look at what progress we're making, and ensuring that the Farm Bureau is at the table as much as the groundwater sustainability agencies. I think that's really, going to be key. And I don't know if that has happened already, but as we're looking at the future, it seems it's incredibly important to do so.
We can come back with some more
maybe
detailed process and timelines. I think Sarah mentioned having some feasibility studies done by the end of this year. That might be a good time frame to come back and report on what the next steps are and what the timelines are for that, if that's the direction.
It sounds great. That's great. Thank you for that.
Thank you. When I recognize staff, you do have a lot on your plate. When I know we talk about sort of the list of long-term planning projects that are that you're moving through them. So this is delayed, and but it's in front of us now, and so I just want to recognize you're pushing a lot of stuff through the department right now. So thank you. Appreciate the feedback from the community. It is hard to read, a couple 100-page report when you've only got a couple days and then convene people to make sure everyone's on the same page. So I definitely appreciate the request for some time to give everyone a chance to sit down and take a look at the numbers. I think that the item that's before us today is to receive the report and to update our general plan language that just says we've completed the report. So I think I'll look to my colleagues, but I think we can receive the report today if everyone's okay with that. Or do we want to ask to have some time for review and then receive the report at a later date? Okay, I'm saying that. So I'm comfortable if we want to have that outreach communication. I do want to just say, I appreciate we've got some really smart folks that have put their minds together. And when we're talking about science and data, I do think I'm not here to question the science behind what we've considered, but giving everyone a chance to talk about it and have a chance to look closer at it, I'm comfortable with. The other thing that I just want to acknowledge is that, as Supervisor Lopez has said, a lot has changed since our 2010 general plan update and the action that sort of led to the creation of this study. And so I remain fully committed to having the county continue to work with our GSA partners. I think that as we move forward, it is important that we do so in a coordinated and collaborative way. The projects that we're talking about, even what was recommended here, there's other things that are also being factored in at the GSA, and so we need to make sure that we're intentional and organized in how we proceed with that. So I think to Supervisor Adams' request for more updates, I think having maybe just a presentation from the GSA about sort of where we're at once we have some recommendations about how they're intending to move forward or how we can partner and align efforts to the degree possible, I think will be important. So with that, I'll just make a motion that we allow 30 days to have stakeholder feedback and viewing of the report, and then if we could bring it back for final action at that point in time.
So I'm only worried about the 30 days, the time frame. I heard a request for 45 and
45 days?
Let's just call it 60, given the, we're heading into holiday season. We know how that runs starting with this coming weekend, so 60 days.
August now, September, October, middle of October.
Which is right before Thanksgiving.
Does that work for, I'll look to staff, does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, that would be.
Okay.
With that, I'll second it.
Okay.
I have a few comments too.
You missed it.
Yeah, I'm here also. I expressed some of my concerns with the data as others have, and I'm fine with this going for 60 days. My problem is, and I got to speak this up because it's been an issue that I think this county has ignored since the 50s, and it's particular for the area that I represent, and it's an issue I've raised at the GSA. It's an issue I've raised with the water agency officials, and Supervisor Lopez made a comment a little while ago about the river is the key to everything, and that's true to almost everything. It really is, but the northern part of this entire basin is different geographically, different hydrologically, and I'm roughly talking about the greater Prunedale area, which has pretty much all the true rural population within here. It's about 80% or so. And the problem Problem we have is, the folks there have been, for example, they've been contributing to the dam since 1957. They've been, they contribute to the GSA, but they have never received any benefit in some 67 years, essentially. And when I look here at what the GSA has and what the Water Resources Agency have, when you look at their maps, for example, the whole territory up there, which does have some differences from the east and the west side, but we don't have it identified down to really address it. On the Water Resources Agency map you have in front of you, it's all on the east side. And I respect Supervisor Lopez's comments that there needs to be things done with the hills down there. But if you go outside of that Prunedale area, you've got a different geography, a different situation than you do up there, which doesn't get fed by the river. It gets fed by basically percolation coming into there. And the west side percolates a lot better than the east side. The problem is, when we look at the GSA, the 18400 is generally considered the pressure. But the problem is, on the GSA's maps, half of that area in North County is the 18400 and the other half is in the Langley. So, and I myself realized not long ago that I was actually closer to the Langley than I thought. It was just a few hundred yards away from me. But as I brought up at the GSA meetings, the boundary is it's split between these two, is that you have, the boundary comes down halfway down a hillside and then separates. And water doesn't stop coming halfway down a hill and then go the other way. So there's real problems up there that are not being addressed. When I look at some of the information that we have available on water depths and variations, that whole area up there does not have data. There isn't any data. When we look at the 18400, the northern part, when we look at the seawater intrusion maps, the northern part of it by the Elkhorn Slough, we don't have data right there. It stops. And so this area just gets completely neglected seriously, and we've got to find some monitoring wells up into there so we have a better idea of where things are at so we can plug it into here. And honestly, we got to start looking at that area, not as, I can't support something that is perhaps going to work for the east side when it's working for everything south of there on the east side, but not the northern part, because we don't have data, and it's an entirely different geographical area. And the same problem when we start getting down with the GSA, when it refers to saltwater intrusion, but the way it slinkers around up there, it's cut an area that isn't facing that same seawater intrusion. So I don't know between the two agencies what they can do, but we've got to somehow carve out a solution for this area that's sort of a sub basin in some way. It's going to lap over into both, and it's got to be a final way to be addressed. And however we move ahead and forward onto that, I want to start to see data up there. I got to start to see solutions that are really dealing with the problem specifically within that area, because 67 years is just a bit too long, and I'm hoping we can make some progress on that. So that's a real big, important thing for me to see if we start to address onto there. But in terms of the motion, I'm happy to support it as it stands right now, and try to get this disseminated and maybe get some more up-to-date data and go forward. Any other comments from the board?
Just a point is I talked about the need for a percolation study, a much wider one. It sounds like we could include that Prunedale area in that, because at the end of the day, the way you get water into an aquifer in a region like that is finding a way to distribute it back, which is what we're proposing. So I'm not hearing a clear direction. That's where we're going, but long term, I think we're on the same page of doing a percolation study, requesting that one of the partners do that, find a way to partner to expand it to really address where we know that there's capacity underground to store this water, because we know that's the cheapest way to do it. And so, again, I'm seeing some alignment there.
And and as we go ahead and look at these solutions, I mean, I think there's some simple things that we can all probably agree on. I think we realize that stopping the seawater coming in, CSIP is really important, and how we move on to maybe a CSIP 2.0 or something somewhere along the way to do something is critical. But the other thing is we got to find a way to store water better. I mean, it rains and it comes in spurts and it goes out to the ocean or goes however it is, we're losing water. And we got to find a way to store, and that probably is the most low-tech and simplest thing, and hopefully cost-effective that we can do, because we just got to store it for the times when we're dry. So anyway, Supervisor Alejo.
Oh, just on that, you're right. It's storage. It seems like a very obvious strategy or solution, but it's not always easy. Even on that, even trying to maximize storage at our existing reservoirs, it's $150+ million project. Didn't get funded, as I was alluding to earlier. But we did, I think, just during those storms, those few months of the storms, it was like, I think 80 billion gallons worth released. Some of that percolated into the ground through the river, but a lot of that was really ultimately ended up in the ocean. So that was a real example as of last year.
Are we ready for a vote on the motion then? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Very good. We'll recess for lunch. Good afternoon. We'll reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Diego, will you please do the Spanish interpretation announcement?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Gracias.
Thank you. We have item 13 before us, which is to consider adoption to the ordinance amending section 7.02.06 Monterey County chapters for business license vacation rental applications. Ms. Beretti and Mr. Price, I'll let you proceed.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Church. My name is Taylor Price, Associate Planner, and I'm joined today by Melanie Beretti, Acting Chief of Planning. Today we will be reviewing the vacation rental ordinances. Today's agenda consists of reviewing the prior background, walking through the regulations before the board, reviewing policy options to consider, discussing the fees and budgetary impacts associated with the regulations, and concluding with next steps and timing. Today, staff requests that the Board of Supervisors take the requested CEQA action, find the vacation rental ordinances consistent with the final EIR, and certify the final EIR for amendments to Monterey County Code, and that the final EIR was prepared in compliance with CEQA, and find that the establishment of license fees is statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15273 of the CEQA guidelines, as the establishment of the vacation rental operation license fee will assist the County of Monterey Housing and Community Development in meeting operational expenses. Today, staff requests that the Board of Supervisors adopt regulations for vacation rentals, which consists of Title VII, the Transient Occupancy Tax Certificate and Business License that is issued by the Monterey County Treasurer Tax Collector, and the Vacation Rental Operation License issued by Monterey Housing and Community Development, Title 20, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, which details which zoning districts allow vacation rentals and commercial vacation rental regulations, Title 21, the Inland Zoning Ordinance, which details which zoning districts allow vacation rentals and commercial vacation rental regulations, amend Resolution Number 01485, which adds vacation rentals to the list of compatible uses for agricultural preserves and within farmland security zones, and amend Fee Article 9, to establish a new fee for the vacation rental operation license, where each license will cost $965. The hearing body process began in 2016 with multiple hearings before the Land Use Advisory Committees, Agricultural Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, and Board of Supervisors. The Planning Commission has heard multiple iterations of this and concepts surrounding the vacation rental ordinances. Staff went to the Planning Commission with the versions of the current ordinances on May 29th, 2024 and June 12th, 2024, where once again they considered multiple iterations and policy options. Staff conducted multiple public meetings that began with a short-term rental work group started in 2015. Throughout the ordinance development process, staff met with agencies and organizations operating in Monterey County with relevant policy nexus. The definition of a vacation rental is the use by any person of residential property for transient lodging where the term of occupancy, possession, or tenancy of property by the person entitled to such occupancy, possession, or tenancy for a period of 30 consecutive calendar days or fewer, counting portions of calendar days as full days. The attached slide summarizes the vacation rental types in the draft ordinances. Homestays would require that the owner occupies at least one bedroom while the vacation rental is being rented, and that it is the owner's primary residence. The current definition of homestays includes the word or principal resident. Staff recommends that or principal resident is deleted from the definition of homestays to minimize potential confusion and clarify staff oversight. Limited vacation rentals and commercial vacation rentals are non-hosted, where the owner or operator does not occupy the vacation rental while it is being rented. Limited vacation rentals would allow the vacation rental to be rented for not more than 3 times per 12-month period. Commercial vacation rentals would allow the vacation rental to be rented for more than 3 times per 12-month period. Homestays and limited vacation rentals have a limit on the number of rental contracts they can have. This limitation would be a limit of 1 rental contract per 7 days. The maximum occupancy limitations are 2 per bedroom plus 1, not counting infants 0 to 12 months. The maximum occupancy limitation is for 10 total people, which includes both occupants and residents of the vacation rental. Once occupancy exceeds 10, this can trigger different and stricter California building code requirements. So to avoid that, staff cap the number at 10. Additionally, the 2 per bedroom rule is compliant with the general occupancy standards pursuant to federal regulations, state regulations, and compliance with the County of Monterey Environmental Health Bureau standards. The maximum daytime occupancy is 15 in total, which includes occupants plus visitors. Homestays, limited vacation rentals, and commercial vacation rentals will require a vacation rental operation permit or license. Commercial vacation rentals would also require a use permit or a coastal development permit. All vacation rentals will be required to obtain a transient occupancy tax certificate from the Monterey County Treasurer Tax Collector. Then all vacation rentals will be required to obtain a vacation rental operation license from the Monterey County Housing and Community Development. Only commercial vacation rentals will be required to obtain a use permit or a coastal development permit from the County of Monterey Housing and Community Development. Finally, all vacation rentals are required to obtain a business license from the Monterey County Treasurer Tax Collector. Staff would also like to highlight that this includes also for all existing hotels, which would also be required to obtain a business license. Vacation rentals are allowed in most commercial, residential, and agricultural zoning districts in Monterey County and are prohibited in industrial zoning districts. Staff will subsequently discuss prohibitions on commercial vacation rentals in certain zoning districts and planning areas of the county. Vacation rentals are only allowed in single-family dwellings as a means to ensure more affordable housing typologies are not converted to vacation rentals. Additionally, vacation rentals are prohibited in ADUs and JADUs. Vacation rentals are also prohibited in temporary or non-habitable structures. Title VII has minimum requirements for rental contracts between the operator and the occupant of the vacation rental. The contract must have the contact information for occupants, the license plate number, the dates of the stay, and finally, the operator must keep records for at least 2 years, and upon the county's request, furnish those records to the county. All vacation rentals are required to comply with the Monterey County Code sections, which address nuisance issues, and public health. Additionally, vacation rental operators must have the property manager be able to arrive at the site within 30 minutes. They cannot have outdoor fire areas, and if there is an active agricultural operation on site, the owner, operator, or property manager must be on site while the vacation rental is being rented. The vacation rental, once approved, must mail an informational letter to neighboring property owners within a 300-foot radius of the property that includes the following information: the vacation rental operation license number, the address of the vacation rental type, the name and contact information for the property manager, and the contact information for the county, including code compliance. To ensure that occupants of the vacation rental are aware of the requirements of the vacation rental, the operator must post inside the vacation rental an informational notice with the following information: the vacation rental operation license number, the maximum occupancy, daytime and nighttime, the maximum and minimum advertised rental rate of the vacation rental, a copy of the business license and TOT certificate issued by the Treasurer Tax Collector, the name and contact phone number for the property manager, and notify the occupants that there are fines for amplified noise to limit excessive water usage and evacuation routes in the event of an emergency. Commercial vacation rentals must comply with additional requirements due to their more frequent operation and the fact that they are more akin to a commercial style use. Commercial vacation rentals must obtain a use permit or a coastal development permit. The hearing body is the zoning administrator, and the term is a 7-year term, which may be renewed for an additional 7 years with each renewal. Commercial vacation rentals have a 4% cap by planning area. Additionally, due to the potential impacts of commercial vacation rentals and the resource constraints of certain planning areas, portions of planning areas, commercial vacation rentals are prohibited in the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, Low Density Residential Zoning District, Carmel Valley Master Plan, all residential zoning districts, and the Moss Landing Community Plan, low density and medium density residential zoning districts. Commercial vacation rentals must comply with regulations to applications involving the use of private roads, regulations for on-site parking, and sewage disposal with required EHB verification. Commercial vacation rentals must demonstrate that they have adequate emergency response time for fire and medical. Additionally, there can only be one commercial vacation rental per legal lot of record, except in commercial zoning districts where that limitation is not present. Applications for all vacation rentals are required to submit the following materials to the county as a part of their application: site plans, floor plans, operation plans, and a home inspection that has been completed by a certified third party with minimum review requirements and is provided to the county. The draft ordinances additionally require that there is a phase-out term for unpermitted vacation rental operations, 6 months from October 14th, 2024 in the inland area, and 6 months from the effective date in the coastal zone. The draft ordinances have a phase-out period for previously permitted vacation rentals that draw upon the expiration of their permit or within 7 years of the ordinance's effective date. Applicants must comply with the new regulations. The draft ordinances contain grounds for revocation of the vacation rental operation license, the use permit, or the coastal development permit. The ordinances will facilitate strong enforcement penalties and limit individuals who are operating in violation of their vacation rental operation license, use permit, or coastal development permit, and dissuade unpermitted vacation rentals operations. The vacation rental regulations enable multiple avenues for enforcement, including administrative, criminal, and civil penalties. The ordinances detail the process for revocation of the vacation rental operation license and additional penalties, including additional administrative citation fees that can be based on the advertised rental rate or a set fine, whichever is greater. Hosting platforms such as Airbnb and VRBO are crucial to operators advertising their vacation rental. After staff research and meeting with other jurisdictions with vacation rental ordinances, their enforcement of unpermitted vacation rentals has been minimized by working directly with the hosting platforms. Staff has added language to the ordinances to facilitate the county's enforcement efforts against unpermitted vacation rentals and facilitate the successful implementation of the vacation rental ordinances. Staff has revised the draft ordinances based on the Planning Commission's recommendation, and those recommendations are in the draft ordinances before the board today. These revisions consist of the following: clarification of guest houses and the conditions under which a guest house can be rented as a part of a vacation rental, adding homestays as a new type of vacation rental. A definition of homestays was added to the ordinance that requires the owner to occupy one bedroom of the vacation rental for the duration of the vacation rental. Staff recommends that for clarity, or principal resident is deleted from the definition of homestays to clarify the definition and fix a staff oversight. Updating the maximum occupancy limitations to clarify how many individuals are allowed per vacation rental. Clarification to preserve neighborhood security and safety and post the advertised rental rate. Prohibit commercial vacation rentals in residential zoning districts in the Moss Landing Community Plan. Staff has included in the draft ordinances red line track changes based on the request from the Planning Commission for staff to prepare policy options for board consideration. The red line track changes consist of the following options: prohibition of investor-owned vacation rentals, increase the maximum fine for violations of the vacation rental operation license, allow vacation rentals to post outdoor signs, reduce previously operating vacation rental compliance timelines in the coastal zone to 2 months, limit the number of commercial vacation rentals that a single owner can have at any time. Additionally, staff researched the feasibility of streamlining options for the homestay license process and reduce fees for homestays. Staff ultimately did not include any options for this request, as charging different fees and approvals for homestays would require significant additional policy work, which would further delay the finalization of the draft ordinances. The vacation rental operation license fees are relatively low and support the prior board direction for cost recovery. The vacation rental operation license is a ministerial permit with clear requirements. The licenses enable HCD to track the vacation rental operations to ensure an appropriate avenue for enforcement against operators who are operating outside of their license. The draft environmental impact report analyzed a number of alternatives, and those alternatives that were incorporated into the draft ordinances are highlighted in green. One, which was a no project alternative, would leave the existing regulatory environment unchanged. The county received a significant number of comments supporting that staff add a homestay option to the ordinance. This option was added to the draft ordinances and would require that the owner or principal resident is on site for the duration of the vacation rental. Another would be to change the cap on commercial vacation rentals, either by decreasing it or adopting a no-growth alternative. The cap identified in the NOP and IS and in the DEIR was 6% of single-family residential dwelling units by planning area. The no-growth alternative would use AirDNA data, AirDNA advertised vacation rental data that was obtained and included in the DEIR and FEIR to establish the cap on commercial vacation rentals. This option would increase the commercial vacation rental cap in certain planning areas while decreasing it in other planning areas. Based on public comments and concerns about the vacation rental concentration, staff reduced the percentage cap for commercial vacation rentals from 6% in the draft ordinances released with the DEIR to 4% in the current draft ordinances today. Due to concerns raised in the DEIR process, staff added language to require vacation rental operators to provide informational packets in their vacation rental and establish an amortization period for currently permitted operations. A prohibition on commercial vacation rentals in residential zoning districts in the Carmel Valley Master Plan was added after it received significant public support and due to the unique characteristics of the Carmel Valley Master Plan. During the CEQA process, some comments were made on additional methods to limit concentration on commercial vacation rentals on a more granular level than by planning area. These options were discussed with the Planning Commission in detail, and due to the complexity of implementation and the existing restrictions by planning area and new regulatory requirements in the draft ordinances, the Planning Commission agreed with staff's recommendation not to add additional concentration limitations. Regulatory and user fees are based on the estimated reasonable cost of providing these services or performing these activities related to satisfying the requirements in Monterey County Code. The fees are additionally designed to satisfy board direction given on May 25th, 2021, that staff pursue a full cost recovery option while setting fees. Commercial vacation rentals will use the pre-existing fees for use permits or coastal development permits. The vacation rental operation license will be issued by HCD, which would be intended as directed by the board to ensure cost recovery based on a reasonable estimation of staff time to process these licenses, which is why staff is proposing to set the new vacation rental operation license fee at $965. All vacation rentals must also obtain a business license from the County of Monterey Treasurer Tax Collector and pay TOT. The business license fee will be set at a later date by the Treasurer Tax Collector. Staff has created a preliminary budget projection for the creation of the enforcement program for the vacation rental ordinances. The vacation rental ordinances and the subsequent enforcement program would be self-sustaining over a 2-year budget period, which will consist of the initial fees. The enforcement program over the 7-year budget period would be self-sustaining. The 7-year budget, which coincides with the renewal of the use permit or coastal development permit, would only include the renewal fees. Due to the additional restrictions that would be placed on the vacation rental operation, staff projects that TOT revenue would decrease from its current baseline. This decrease would depend on the number of unpermitted operations that come into compliance and the reduction in the vacation rental operations in areas of the county where commercial vacation rentals are prohibited. Staff plans to return to the board within a year to set a vacation rental operation license renewal fee, which will be less than the initial application fee. Staff devised the vacation rental ordinances enforcement program to be responsive to community concerns related to enforcement and permit processing. The program staffing costs will be offset with revenues from fee collection. And as discussed on the prior slide, the vacation rental ordinances program is projected to be self-sustaining. Staff has considered what a realistic implementation of the draft ordinances would entail and recommends that the board consider HCD's enforcement program with new HCD staff positions to ensure that the permit review and condition compliance implementation can be carried out successfully. This program also considers the existing HCD enforcement efforts, such as noise complaints and health, life, and safety concerns, could continue to be addressed without reduced responsiveness. Finally, this plan and new staffing would allow HCD to respond more effectively to code enforcement actions in more remote areas of the county. As the draft packet before the board today is accomplishing many actions, staff would like to review the procedural process with the board. Title VII's first reading is today, August 27th, 2024. The second reading on consent is currently scheduled for September 10th, 2024, and the operative date is October 14th, 2024. Title 20's resolution of intent is today, August 27th, 2024. It will be certified by the Coastal Commission at a later date, and then will become operative at a later date as well, which is to be determined. Title 21 is the adoption of the ordinances today, August 27th, 2024, and the operative date is October 14th, 2024. It is recommended that the board find the vacation rental ordinances consistent with the final EIR and certify the final EIR for the amendments to the Monterey County Code, find the establishment of the license fee is statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15273 of the CEQA guidelines, introduce, waive first reading, and set September 10th, 2024 as the adoption date to adopt on consent an ordinance amending Title VII of the Monterey County Code to amend Section 7.02.060 and add Chapter 7.120 regulations for vacation rentals, adopt a resolution of intent to adopt an ordinance amending Title 20 of the Monterey County Code Coastal to add Section 20.64.290 regulations for vacation rentals, adopt an ordinance amending Title 21 of the Monterey County Code Inland to amend Section 21.64.280 and add Section 21.64.290, amend Resolution Number 01485, amending procedures for agricultural preserves to add item number 14, which allows vacation rentals to the list of compatible uses within agricultural preserves, and add item number 15, which allows vacation rentals to the list of compatible uses within farmland security zones, and adopt a resolution amending the Monterey County fee resolution to fee Article 9, land use, to add a new each fee for a vacation rental operation license, which will be established at $965. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Price. Are there any questions from the board or the public? Do you have Supervisor Adams?
I just wanted to make a quick comment before we get into public hearing, and that is just to offer a sincere thanks to Taylor and to Melanie, to Craig, and also to our planning commissioners, particularly Martha Deal and Kate Daniels.
All right. Please, if you can hold on the clapping today, and any interruptions from the audience would be appreciated. Thank you. Any other question or comment?
Okay, I'll wait until after public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo, go ahead.
I also want to thank our staff and the public, because this has been many years in the making. The day has finally arrived. So I appreciate getting all the work that went into getting us to this point. And I know there's more to do here in the next few weeks. So just wanted to go over some key points just on the 4% cap in each area. Could you explain why you came to that number, and what was the some of the arguments made on whether it should be lower or higher?
Yeah, through the chair. So the original 6% cap was discussed at a prior board hearing, and that was previously based on the number of advertised vacation rentals. 6% per planning area would kind of allow all of the currently operating vacation rentals to continue to operate. The draft environmental impact report and the NOP and IS analyzed the 6% of single-family dwelling units. The FEIR revised that down to the 4%, just because there were significant comments on the potential impacts of commercial vacation rentals. And so that is the percentage that is in the draft ordinances today.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then going to the TOT, the 10.5%, can you elaborate more on how we got to that number? It seems on the higher end.
Yeah, and I would potentially defer any questions to the treasurer tax collector as well, but that is the standard TOT rate in the county, is my understanding. And so that would apply, all vacation rental operations would be required to pay that.
So for clarity, there's no recommended changes in what's before you today. That's the existing transient occupancy tax rate.
Okay. Great, because I knew we had a conversation about whether we were going to raise it, and we didn't decide not to go there. So this is just keeping what status quo, basically. Great, thank you very much.
Supervisor Askew, do you have your hands? Yeah.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. And again, echo the comments. Thank you to the public who has been with us on our side next to us as we've navigated this path forward. I know it's been long and arduous for everyone involved, but we've come, hopefully we're going to be able to come out the other side of this and have something that's clear, actionable for all parties, as well as with some enforceable provisions in place. So thank you for bearing with us, and to the staff who've been working on this for, I feel like it's generations of board. Thank you for sticking with it to get to where we are today. Just a couple quick questions regarding the homestays. The language in the staff material speaks both to the property owner or a principal resident. So if there were a situation where a home was a rental home, would the primary resident be considered the property owner for the purposes of homestays, or does it have to be someone whose name is actually on the deed?
Yeah, so through the chair, when staff was taking a look at that language, staff realized that the principal resident addition was not sufficiently added to the owner's primary residence piece. So that is why staff is recommending removing or principal resident from the definition. So then it would only be for owners if there was a desire to allow the principal resident to rent out their home as a homestay. That could be an option that staff is prepared with for board consideration.
Okay, so we need to provide clear direction on that.
Yeah, and just for clarity, that was discussed at length at the Planning Commission, and part of why the confusing language was added. There wasn't a clear direction from the Planning Commission on that. So so that's where the simple correction is to delete or principal resident, and then it's clear it has to be owner.
Okay.
But we are prepared with alternative language should you wish it to be otherwise.
And then on the for CC&Rs, and not including regulatory language, so if a property owner has restrictions within a CC&R covenant, does the CC&R have higher weight than this ordinance? Would a community with the CC&Rs that says no rentals of any kind or no short-term rentals of any kind, would they be able to utilize this ordinance, or would their CC&Rs hold firm?
Is it through the chair? The ordinance does not discuss HOAs and CC&Rs. That would need to be dealt with through their HOA or CC&Rs.
Through the HOA?
Yeah.
Okay. So HOAs could still have regulations that supersede this ordinance?
Yes, but they would not be considered through this process.
Right, okay. And then when we talk about a 4% max, we have this historic process of a bed and breakfast permit that many folks have gone through this expensive other separate process for a bed and breakfast. So when we talk about the 4% max, do permitted bed and breakfast count towards the 4%?
And through the chair, bed and breakfasts that were permitted as a use similar to a vacation rental, we do have a count of those. Also for the inland area as well, where there are permits under 2164-280. And so those would be subtracted from the commercial vacation rental numbers.
Okay, so they would count towards the 4%?
For clarity, only in the coastal zone, because the coastal zone didn't, if it's a permit use or coastal development permit that was issued to a bed and breakfast facility, those are separate regulations, those are separate permits and are not taken into account here. In the inland, we have existing transient rental permits, administrative permits that have been issued, and in the coastal zone, the way in which they would get permitted is through that similar use. So the only ones that would apply and need to be phased out are those that were permitted as a similar use to a bed and breakfast, but not those permitted as bed and breakfasts.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification on those points.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, a question. There was an attachment to the report, but wasn't mentioned at all in the presentation, financial impact. I'm seeing a proposed reduction of TOT of over $1 million, plus $600,000 to operate the program, so a net $2.1 million loss in terms of new costs to the county per year, plus we're estimating $4 million incoming over, it just said several years, but how many years is that 4 million over? I mean, I'm trying to understand an annual fiscal impact here, and I wasn't able to get that clarity from the document.
Yeah, and through the chair, so the vacation rental operation program that staff mentioned for the projection, there would be a significant amount of revenue in the first 2 years that would be with the associated initial use permits in the inland area and then the coastal development permits in the coastal zone. And then staff also prepared a 7-year projection, which is at the lower renewal fees. And so both of those programs showed that the impact to HCD's budget would not be substantial. They would continue to operate with a operating surplus.
So just for clarity, so the program itself funded through permit fees and renewal fees, paying for the staff that have been requested to support the program. On an annual basis, it may not align, but over that kind of 7-year renewal term, there's a budget surplus. The TOT, the anticipated reduction in TOT, is a separate budgetary impact, and you are correct. We do estimate, it's difficult to know, but we do estimate that there would be that likely drop in TOT. So the loss would be that TOT revenue. Otherwise, over the approximately 7-year period, HCD's budget balances between permit fees, renewal fees, and staffing costs.
So in terms of that 1.5, what percentage of current income of TOT from short-term rentals is that as a percentage?
Yeah, through the chair, I can get that number in 1 second if I just dig for it.
Well, Mr. Price looks that up if you have other questions.
Well, I think it builds off that. So
We'll wait for that
yeah.
one.
So through the chair, the way staff arrived at the estimated reduction in TOT was assuming that there would be a 30% reduction to TOT that is associated with the MCTID fee, which is a fee that is not paid by property owners who offer additional amenities. So the MCTID fee is paid by kind of more traditional hotels. Unfortunately, we don't have kind of a more granular way to look at it, but just kind of based on those estimates and based on the prohibitions on commercial vacation rentals in the more popular areas of the county where there are more commercial vacation rentals, that is kind of the rough estimate that staff came up with.
So then can I get based on that, I'm understanding that roughly $4.5 million is what has come in over the last few years in terms of TOT from vacation rentals. Can I get confirmation that that's the number? Because I've heard everything from 3 to 7. So I just want a clear number. Is there something?
Yes, and through the chair, the detailed discussion does have the non-MCTID TOT from fiscal year 22-23 was $3.865 million.
Okay, so it's closer to 50%. Okay, math isn't mathing, but when does it? All right, then I'm good to hear from the public. Thanks.
I have one question myself. I think it would be for council, and that would be if we were to consider changes, like significant changes, on how this applies to other planning areas in the county. Is that something the board can decide today, or would that have to go back to a planning commission?
Yes, good afternoon, board. Kelly Donlin from the County Council's office. This is actually covered in a government code section. I brought my computer so I can read from it. It's 65857, and it does state that if you all approve, modify, or disapprove the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission had not previously considered those changes that you want to go with, it would need to first go back to the Planning Commission for report and recommendation, but the Planning Commission shall not be required to hold a public hearing. So depending what the board wants to do today, if it goes outside of the realm of what the Planning Commission has considered, then yes, I'd recommend it go back to the Planning Commission, but it could go back rather quickly and it wouldn't require a notice public hearing. And I will add, the Planning Commission has been hearing this for years. The breadth of what they've considered is quite broad, but it'll really depend on what direction the board wants to go today with regard to the zoning ordinances before you, which are the Title 21 and then also the resolution of intent on Title 20.
What is consideration, just a matter that came up for discussion?
It's not previously considered by the Planning Commission during its hearing. So in our instance, there has been more than one hearing. There's been many iterations of this ordinance that the Planning Commission has considered. With regard to the ordinances before the board today, there was one or two hearings.
So we may need you to give us input later, if however this direction.
That's fine, and I'll speak with staff as far as our recollection of the Planning Commission hearings.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, then we'll go out to the public. Let everybody know you have 2 minutes. We'll go first to those that are in the chambers. If anybody would like to speak, please come forward. Yes, please come forward to the microphone. And
Hello. Hello, my name is Steve Stiles. I'm a resident of Del Monte Forest. And my question is to staff, and it has to do with Attachment C, Attachment A, which is the ordinance amending Title 20. On page 9 of that, under Section F, the regulation for commercial vacation rentals, paragraph D states, Del Monte Forest land use plan area as follows: a total of 57 maximum coastal development permits shall be issued at any given time for commercial vacation rentals and users within the Del Monte Forest land use plan. Then in Part F, it states all existing transit use of property for remuneration will be taken off of that. And my question then is, we have about 500 hotel rooms in Pebble Beach at this time inside the land use area. Is that going to be taken off, or is that a separate issue? Because if they do, then we would have no vacation rentals, which would make a lot of us very happy.
when you're done, I'll let staff respond.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. You are done with all your comments? Yes. Okay. Does staff want to respond to his question?
Mr. Chair, can we hear all the public comments and let staff respond?
Well, I'm thinking about that, but we could
Otherwise,
have,
we're going to be doing that.
we could have 40.
We're going to be responding to every single comment. I'm just saying.
Well, I hope that everybody has a question, but I want to, I don't think, if staff, I will give it to you. If you want to keep track of all the questions and respond.
Is that as the chair wishes, we typically do keep track of questions.
Okay.
And
That
if
will be
you're
fine.
flagging that you'd like us to specifically
That'll
respond
be
to
fine.
that,
If you want
then
to
we
keep
will.
track of them there,
Yep.
I'm just aware we could have quite a few questions. So
It does help if there are specific ones you want to flag for us you'd like us to respond to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Landwatch, and I will be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. Landwatch supports the staff recommendation to adopt the preferred project in the Vacation Rental Ordinance Final EIR, with the changes recommended in the final EIR and by the Planning Commission. These changes were made in response to a robust public participation process. We appreciate that staff provided many opportunities for public input and that over the past 10 years, strong opinions have been voiced. Staff heard the public and changed the draft ordinance. They also recognized that different planning areas want different things. As a result, the ordinance is not a one-size-fits-all straitjacket. Whereas some planning areas want the economic opportunities of vacation rentals, including commercial rentals, others put higher value on protection of the rural environment and existing housing stock. As such, some areas will not locate their share of commercial vacation rentals in their residential areas. These include Big Sur, Carmel Highlands, Carmel Valley, and in North County, the Moss Landing area. Landwatch appreciates that staff have crafted ordinances that reflect the diverse interests within the county planning areas. And we understand that, like most good legislation, the ordinances are a compromise. Landwatch has been involved with development of the county's vacation rental ordinances for more than 10 years because of our concerns with the commercialization of some neighborhoods and the loss of long-term rental housing. But we understand that these issues may play out differently in each planning area because the economic needs and opportunities may differ. If the board thinks staff got the balance wrong in any given planning area, then it can ask staff to take the draft back to the public in that area. But the board should not just assume that all areas should be treated exactly the same. Again, we thank staff and the Planning Commission for hearing the stakeholders and crafting a balanced ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Littman. I'm a new resident to this area of the Carmel Highlands, specifically around Carmel Riviera Drive and Yankee Point Drive. I recently moved here and I noticed a lot of traffic and noise and excess sewer coming down through the gutters from all the homes in our area. And I did some more studies and I determined that 1 out of 6 homes in our area are vacation rentals that are operating without a permit. These people know they're illegal. They know the county's not enforcing them. So they just continue. So I'm really excited about you guys taking on these amendments to correct this situation. We should be able to live in a private, not noisy environment. Just a regular single-family home we're living in, not a hotel. And I really appreciate all this amendment to change this in our area. We don't want to live in a quiet enjoyment situation. I called up one of these websites to see what was going on, and they said, look at the reviews of the home next to your home. And they said the home was a 4-bedroom home, but the website review said, all 16 of us enjoyed renting that home last night. It was a great home. And all of our 10 cars could park there. So I called the county up, Nikki Fowler in the environmental department, and I said, why is all this stuff overflowing in this area? And I said, when you approve these septic tanks, how many people should be living in the home? They said no more than 2 people per bedroom. I said, well, this home that has 16 people in it or whatever is only a 4-bedroom. There should be 8 people maximum. So you're doing a great thing here. I hope you continue your work and change these things. One last thing. One of the numbers I saw in the report that you read recently said that the vacancy, this transient tax will go down. These people who won't be living there anymore have to live somewhere else. I would think the tax would go up in those places.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mark Rancolis. I live at 89 Yankee Point. I live here full-time, been living here 5 years now. When I moved here to Yankee Point 5 years ago in Carmel Highlands, there were very few vacation rentals, not bothersome to anybody really, but now there's a plethora of them. As Michael mentioned, it's gone from just a few to 1 out of every 6, and it's increasing. Every time a home comes on the market, we all worry we're going to get another hotel living right next to us. All of us are concerned about this. I live here. I care about this county. I care about the community. I spend countless hours volunteering at Rancho Cielo. I created a program 3 years ago to teach those kids how to repair and restore vintage cars. I do it because I live here and I care about it. The people that don't live here are buying these homes, turning them into hotels, and profiteering. They're making great profits at our expense. I don't like it, and I'm fed up with it. It has to be stopped. They're tearing at our social fabric, destroying it. They're profiteering. I know you're concerned about cost, and you should be. You should raise the fees on people that have short-term rentals. They're making a huge profit at our expense. Their fees should go up to cover all the additional costs of enforcement. I want to leave that with you because this is destructive. They're reducing our housing stock. We all have this problem of affordable housing in our county. Does it raise my property value when they buy these little hotels? Yeah, it does. That benefits me, and I don't care. I really don't care to line my own pockets. I care about my community. So I really want you to consider very carefully these ordinances, and please adopt them, because that will make a strong, healthy, vibrant community of people that live here and care about this community. Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Church, supervisors, and staff. My name is Diane Goldman. I'm General Counsel for Pebble Beach Company. While Pebble Beach Company is not opposed to an ordinance that permits and effectively controls some short-term rentals, this ordinance falls short of that goal. Del Monte Forest will be subject to having up to 8% of its homes permitted as unlimited commercial vacation rentals, while Big Sur and Carmel Valley enjoy carve-outs exempting them from such rentals entirely. Why is Del Monte Forest being treated differently from these communities? Code enforcement and the sheriff's office are already overloaded, so enforcement of this ordinance will continue to be their very lowest priority, which in the case of Pebble Beach Company will force our employees into harm's way to deal with those drunks, the loud parties, and the other nuisance calls in the forest when the county resources are unavailable. Further, this ordinance undermines the very effective long-time public-private partnership between Pebble Beach Company and the county by removing the requirement that applicants have the consent of the company. Existing law already requires the consent of the owner of all private roads that would service these short-term rentals. Since all of the roads in Del Monte Forest are private roads owned and maintained by Pebble Beach Company, the company's consent to any short-term rental application is required. Before we can give that consent, we must have an ordinance that protects this unique residential community with adequate limitations on short-term rentals and allocates the resources to effectively enforce those protections. Finally, we believe this ordinance will reduce the number of homes available for long-term rental by our employees and by the rest of the county's workforce. Our research shows the majority of short-term rentals now operating illegally in Del Monte Forest are not located in the wealthier estate sections, but instead are taking away workforce homes in the more affordable areas of the forest. Yesterday, we submitted a letter to the Board of Supervisors that provides more detailed comments on these regulations, and we request that letter be included in the record of proceedings related to these regulations. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Richard Matthews, and this is a speech I really hoped I'd never have to give. But here's the situation. Data does not support an ordinance like this. If you look at how many code enforcement cases actually have an alleged nuisance, this is a very small problem. We got a report from the Code Enforcement Department last month. Only 7 of the short-term rental cases have an alleged nuisance. That's 7 operating short-term rentals out of the 800 that operate in this county. That is less than 1%. This ordinance is like a sledgehammer trying to solve a small problem. Now, I have to say that the development of the ordinance was based on bias. Start with the prelude that short-term rentals, especially non-hosted short-term rentals, are bad. And then you start to listen to the NIMBY letters that come from the neighbors. You don't pay attention to data, such as the number of code enforcement cases at a very low level. The other issue is that the visitors were not considered as part of the development of this ordinance. Only the people that spoke were people like me that are pro short-term rental and the opposition. The public was not involved in this. Every time we tried to get some of the public involved, Planning Commission didn't care. There's no data that supports the bans and the heavy restrictions that are in these ordinances. Now, visitors want to come to non-hosted short-term rentals, and predominantly families want to come to non-hosted vacation rentals. Families that want to stay in a home all by themselves. These ordinances say, don't bother coming to Carmel by the sea. I'm sorry, Carmel Valley, Carmel Valley. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chuck Stein, and I was granted a permit last year for an unhosted STR in Carmel Valley. I'm presenting you two petitions that were sponsored by MCVRA from 309 STR owners and their service providers and local business owners. The other is from 1,043 past and potential future guests to the Monterey Peninsula. The ask in these petitions is the same: amend the draft ordinances or reject them. The ordinances are flawed. After 8 years of working on the ordinances, the Planning Commission made drastic changes during the last 2 meetings that made the ordinances not fair and not reasonable. Here's what we request needs amending. The coastal ordinances banned unhosted, now called commercial, STRs in Big Sur, Carmel Highlands, and Carmel Valley, and in Carmel Valley in rural, low, medium, and high-density zoning areas, even though the ordinance allocates 4% or 201 permits in Carmel Valley. Where can these permits go? Nowhere except this new agricultural preserve and farmland security zones. The EIR states that the county received several comments in support of the option to ban STRs in these areas. Apparently, the comments in support of STRs were ignored. County data shows an average of 1.4 nuisance complaints per year out of 825 countywide STRs. The EIR concludes the project would not result in significant and unavoidable impacts. The data does not support such a ban. We ask, remove the ban or at least allow unhosted STRs in rural and low-density areas. Allow hosted STRs or homestays to be managed by an owner's representative instead of requiring the STR to be the owner's primary residence.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I leave you with these.
Did you want to leave? Yes, just clerk will get them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Linda Moran, Carmel Valley. I begin by urging you to send the draft STR ordinances before you today back to the Planning Commission with a request to amend them by including the recommendations sent to you by the Monterey County Vacation Rental Alliance. After 8 years, we've arrived at ordinances that will essentially ban a majority of the STRs presently operating and paying TOT. That will eliminate STRs in low, medium, and high-density zoning districts of the most popular areas that visitors want to stay in. Why? The EIR established that the 825 STRs presently operating made no significant impact on air, water, traffic, pollution. It showed a 6% cap on STRs would still maintain the insignificantly negative impact it measured. Noise, you might say, and also that we've heard over and over again, and in fact we've heard today from people who have really been disturbed by STRs. And some of those stories are truly poignant, and I have no doubt that some operators of STRs have not been responsible. But one of the reasons for that is that there has also not been any regulation and consistent enforcement to school or eliminate those operators. From the stories, you could think that STRs are an enormous problem. But from the 7 complaints in 5 years, you might also understand that you're not hearing from all of the people in neighborhoods who have STRs and who are not bothered by them. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of visitors who use STRs in Monterey County and who are not bothering neighborhoods one bit. And those are not such poignant stories. They're not showing up to talk to you. But we exist. I exist. I am running one of those 24 years of a vacation rental in Carmel Valley without one complaint. Please consider those. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Eric Sand. My family has lived on the Monterey Peninsula since 1848, the last 100 years in the Carmel Valley. I know what I speak of. I belong to CVA, and these are some bullet points that have been prepared, which I contributed to. These ordinances have been in development for over 10 years, which has allowed for massive public input during this time, but allowed the current situation to become out of control. We have 770 signatures of voting residents of Monterey County who favor passage of Title 21 now and Title 7 and Title 20 in due course. Many STR owners and their guests don't vote or reside here. Appendix G outlines HCD's thorough enforcement plans on pages 12 to 18. Before the enactment date in mid-October, the Board of Supervisors should agree to fund their third-party monitoring contract with Renescape and more full-time code compliance officers to respond to any complaints of noise, lighting, and illegal operations quickly, and not just to non-tot paying operators. Non-hosted limited vacation rentals should have low ministerial permit fees, like a waiver of the each fee, and truly low-cost, streamlined over-the-counter permit commensurates with their limit of 3 contracts of 1 week per year. ADUs and JADUs cannot be rented out for vacation rental, but solely for year-long leases. The peaceful enjoyment of my property and peace of mind where I live, in the Carmel Valley Village and where I have my business, are not for sale. Thank you.
Hello, board members. I'm Peggy Goodale from Big Sur, and I just wanted to point out that the costs for housing with the pressures from STRs, that it pushes the rent burden up $1,000 for each resident. And so there's the impact of the SDRs on Monterey County residents is about $66 million, just rents being pressured up, and people having to live in their cars and so on. And the revenue from those TOTs, or from the TOTs for STRs, is $1,400,000. I think it's really important that to realize that for every short-term rental, especially in Big Sur, housing is lost. There's a big push to increase housing in Big Sur, and it endangers and destroys neighborhoods. The concern other people have expressed about enforcement and what happens if more STRs are allowed. And the other thing in terms of when in our private rural residential neighborhoods, are we just then willy-nilly made into commercial zones? And who covers the liability in those kinds of instances of people who don't understand how to operate in a rural environment? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Fred Faltersack, and I have 2 points I would like to make, 2 concerns. First is, I am very concerned that the visitors segment of the general public's voices have not been heard or considered in the formation of the proposed short-term rental ordinance before you today. I'll use myself as an example. Since retirement 24 years ago, I've traveled a great deal in our country and internationally. There are times when hotel rooms suit my wife and I perfectly. However, there are also many times when I travel with my family, an extended family. We're talking about my elderly parents with mobility and health issues, my children and my young grandchildren who need to be close to their parents and grandparents. In these instances, having the option of staying in a home for the short term is essential. Spreading the family throughout a hotel just doesn't work. It's not safe and not practical. My second point is this ordinance as presented is harmful to me personally. I have a short-term rental issued by Monterey County, which was issued to me into perpetuity. It runs with the land. In order to obtain this permit into perpetuity, not only was I required to record deed restrictions against my property, but I was also instructed by the county to remove one of my bedrooms and convert it into an open sitting area. I was required to remove the bedroom door, demolish a wall which separated the bedroom from the hallway. Certain language of the proposed ordinance before you today is an attempt to modify the English definition of perpetuity, the state of lasting forever, to a new definition of 7 years. So I gave the Monterey County what it requested of me, deed restrictions and house modifications, in order to obtain this permit into perpetuity. Now the county wants to take that right from me, and I'm still saddled with the county's deed restrictions and requirements. All I can say is I hope that this, as proposed, goes back to the Planning Commission and maybe consider something more in line with what our neighbor to the north, Santa Cruz County, has in place. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bonnie, and I live in Carmel Valley. I have listened to everyone here, and I have strong opinions about a lot of what's said. I won't have time to address every one of them. However, I hear a small, vocal, biased, and misinformed minority that are vehemently against STRs. I feel for the people in Yankee Point. I certainly do. But as a resident of Carmel Valley, I do not find that short-term rentals have negatively impacted the nice rural environment. I am on the CVA as well as Monterey County short-term, the MCVRA. And I see misinformation being spread out all over CVA, all over Carmel Valley through social media, flyers that spread either limited information that causes members of the community to be misinformed because they don't get the whole story. Drunks and loud noises are not always short-term rental people. In fact, the majority of them are locals, to be honest with you. Every wreck, every speeder on Carmel Valley Road is not a visitor. It's ludicrous, but it gets put on social media. Oh, I saw someone speeding. Oh, there was a drunk down at the local restaurant. Must be those short-term rental people. People read it and they believe it. They don't get the full story. I have, anyway, I don't have much time left, but the misinformation that's being spread is undeniable. And I provide a service that families that visit the area want. I have some reviews just for you to pursue that tell you how much families enjoy staying in Carmel Valley and should be allowed to continue.
Thank you. Valerie.
Thank you.
Somebody's phone? Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name's Terry Littman. We moved to the Highlands about 5 years ago. The explosion of short-term rentals in our neighborhood has been alarming for multiple reasons, but when they say there's no, the code enforcement only gets a few complaints, we don't call code enforcement anymore because they don't respond, or they respond hours later. But my neighbors are basically living next to frat houses day in and day out all through the week. The groups of 15, 10, 16 are in for 3 days and then they're gone. The garbage is left. Roto-Rooter or PTSD is coming to pump out the septic system. The garbage everywhere. They've turned the garages into game rooms with pool tables and electric scooters. Last weekend, we had these 7 Porsches road racing on Carmel Riviera. I urge you to support these measures, be ahead of the game. South Lake Tahoe's passed it 5 years ago. It successfully implemented it. It hasn't affected their tax basis. New York City, Chicago, Miami, they're all putting these in place. visitors will still come. There'll still be plenty of places for them to stay. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name's Ron Kellerman. I live in the Yankee Point neighborhood of Carmel Highlands. I support the proposed changes to the Monterey County Code. I want to thank the planning staff, commission, for all their hard work and diligence in crafting regulations that respect the neighborhoods and provide an opportunity for vacation rental operators as well. I believe these ordinances are fair and reasonable step forward in regulating this industry. Every commercial vacation rental allowed reduces critical housing supply for our local long-term renters. That is less housing supply for people that live and work in Monterey County. Reduced housing supply drives increased housing costs, higher rents, and higher prices for homes for sale. If you grew up in Monterey County and you live and you work here, it's getting harder and harder to buy a home here. Local home buyers are competing against vacation rental corporations and investors. Local home buyers can't compete with these deep-pocketed investors from San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and LA. Across the globe, cities are prohibiting commercial vacation rentals because of the impact on local housing costs and the impact on local neighborhoods. We are seeing those impacts here in Monterey County. Our local workforce has to live further and further away from their jobs because they can't afford or can't find affordable housing. Larger and larger portions of their disposable income is consumed by housing costs. We're asking for your help today. Zoning laws were created to protect residential areas. This commercial activity has no place in residential zoning. This activity cannot go unregulated any longer. We need change, and we need these ordinances now. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm another Carmel Highlands resident, and we've been living in our house 38 years. And I'd like to tell you what's happened to us. A small house, about 1,400 square feet, about 75 feet to the west of us, is now advertised in Airbnb is suitable for 8 people plus pets. So what happens is many cars arrive and a party begins. There's no host on site, no rules are enforced. Oblivious to the problems, the group departs in a couple of days, a new set of strangers come in. The house has become a big party house. The garage has been converted to game room, garage doors left open, loud parties, 6 more cars in the driveway. Lights are left on, exterior lights, car lights all night long. Our bedroom happens to be looking right down in this area. Trash receptacles right by the garage overflow, sit by the garage during the week. The old septic system was not designed to handle the sewage of 8 or more people in the house. And the Monterey County Health Department has measured polluted water in the gutter in front of the house. So this is what happened at the house next to us. Of course, similar problems are occurring at all the short-term rentals in our area, actually on a larger scale because they're bigger houses. So we strongly support the proposed vacation rental ordinances, which will eliminate commercial vacation rentals in our area and help preserve the character of Carmel Highlands and protect the sensitive environment of the Big Sur coastline. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Kellerman, and I am a resident of the Yankee Point neighborhood in Carmel Highlands. I am here today to support the proposed vacation rental ordinances, Title 7, 20, and 21. Over the past few years, as full-time renters have moved out of our neighborhood, the property owners have hired vacation rental operators to manage their properties. These properties have become mini hotels. One example is the house across the street from me sleeps 16, and another house 2 doors down sleeps 13. There is a different large group of people every 1 to 3 days. There are many more like this in the Carmel Highlands neighborhoods. Our septic and private water systems were not designed for this commercial hotel activity. In addition, the many hotels are jeopardizing the character and safety of our neighborhoods. I'd like to thank the county staff and the Planning Commission for all the work that went into this. I encourage you to adopt the proposed ordinances. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for all of the work and for listening to all of us. I'm going to capitalize on the fact that these guys have already said a lot of things about our Yankee Point neighborhood, Carmel Riviera. So what does it mean to be invested in a neighborhood? We share values. We like our dark skies. Everybody keeps their lights out so that we have this most special thing in the world, dark skies, and we don't get to see them because the short-term rentals leave these lights on, spotlights on the side. They've been penalized, they've been reported, penalized, they pay the fee, and it's like a slap on the wrist, the cost of doing business. So, I don't know, I hope the enforcement that you guys can instill will be great. We'll help you enforce it. We really will. So, to live in your home is to not be on vacation. These people come on vacation. What does that mean? Whoop, whoop, we're partying, they drink, they smoke grass. This whole weekend, large amounts of smoke floating over to our house. And I don't begrudge them. They're on vacation, but it just shouldn't be done in a neighborhood with our infrastructure, with our ruralness, with the fires, with the storms, with the trees that came down. People can get stuck. They're not prepared to stay in our neighborhood for a week without power. Okay, then there's this problem with our hosts, the hosts who run these three that we've been hearing about. We don't have any contact with them. So when we report them, they retaliate. They send notes to us on Airbnb that says this: Mr. Blankety Blank, the host, advised me to let you all and all the other Karens on the block know that every time you call code enforcement and cause issues, he will buy another additional house on your block and turn it into a hotel. That is a quote from Airbnb. I was in touch with these people because it's the only way I could reach them on Airbnb, and we get treated like we are menacing because we don't agree with what they're doing. Thank you. It feels a little threatening.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Markey. I'm a resident of Pebble Beach. I have lived in Pebble for 25 years. I've owned 3 different properties there. The most recent one, the house across the street that was a long-term rental, was perfectly fine with that, is now an Airbnb. The noise, the additional people driving in and out all the time. Down the street, there's another one that has converted a garage into a party room. I worry about the safety of my community. I worry about the changing complexion of my neighborhood. It is just out of control. It seems like every home that's sold is turned into a Vrbo, a vacation rental. I worry about the safety. Our roads are narrow. We get a lot of fog. It's just not lending to the safe neighborhood that I came to Pebble Beach 25 years ago to live in. I strongly urge that Pebble Beach not have any short-term rentals. Thank you.
Take one more person on this side, then we'll go on this side. Please come ahead, because yes, please come ahead. You're ahead of the other folks.
I'm Susan Wallace. I've lived in Carmel Valley since 1977. It was a ideal rural community at that time. It has grown a great deal, but I worry about the loss of my neighborhood. I know my neighbors right now, but I also have short-term rentals in my neighborhood. They're not permitted. They are noisy. They increase traffic. I worry about fire danger. There was a application for a short-term rental at the end of my road, and one of their selling points was that they had an outdoor fire pit. people who do not live in our neighborhood have no idea how dangerous it is, and we worry about losing our fire insurance. Recently, one of my neighbors just had their fire insurance canceled because of fire danger. And of course, it also removes long-term housing from our area, which is desperately needed. So I urge you to pass this law. Thank you.
Please come from this side. You folks are up next.
My name's Priscilla Walton. I'm president of the Carmel Valley Association. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. And as you know, CVA has been working on the issue of short-term rentals since 2015. And we believe that the time has come to adopt the SDR ordinances, inland and coastal, as recommended by the Planning Commission. CVA wishes to thank staff and the Planning Commission for carefully considering and including input during the public processes. We believe that the ordinance are balanced and fair, providing a reasonable number and variety of STRs that'll help maintain the quality of life at the same time in our neighborhoods. We think of great importance. It will prevent the purchasing of our housing stock in residential neighborhoods by outside interests of absentee owners, LLCs, and corporations that reduce the number of available and affordable housing to be found for local residents. Communities like the Carmel Valley and around the world are reacting and fighting back against this kind of expulsion and replacement of local residents from their residential neighborhoods being replaced by transient populations and losing their sense of community. Today, we brought a petition, which you should have, and they're signed by close to 800 of your constituents in the Carmel Valley. They fully support and recommend that you adopt the proposed short-term rental ordinances as recommended by the Planning Commission. I urge you to act in the interest of the residents of Carmel people, the communities who live here, and we know that the residents who live here are counting on you. Thank you.
I'll continue coming from this side. You folks are lined up there.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Wood. I live in Mid-Valley, Carmel Valley, and I am a member of the board of the Carmel Valley Association. Many moons ago, there was a concept that was adopted by local governments called zoning. And the original idea of zoning was to keep residential, commercial, and agricultural uses separate to minimize the interference from each other. The rise of use of unhosted vacation rentals in residential areas has embedded commercial uses within residential neighborhood, which thwarts the original intent of zoning. We have found that few neighborhood residents in Carmel Valley want mini hotels next door. The current configuration of the new vacation rental ordinance, FEIR, brings a needed balance to the new regulations of vacation rentals. Keeping commercial vacation rentals in commercially zoned areas is an appropriate way to balance the need for vacation rentals in Monterey County. Please accept the current vacation rental FEIR as fair and equitable to all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marlene Martin. I live in Carmel Valley and am a member of Carmel Valley Association. When my late husband, John Martin, and I moved here in 1969, we did not realize that we would become property owners and actually landlords, but we did. And I own a house in Carmel in which my elder son and his family live, and in the valley I have rentals. We moved here thinking that we were going to live in a community. And we have lived in a community, not a commercial zone, but a community. This morning I got a call from one of my tenants saying, I'm going away, please feed my cat. So that's what you are when you live in a community and you have real tenants. 60 years since after we moved here, I see the scary situation going on where neighborhoods where kids can play and people can grow old gracefully have become commercial zones. This is not what we want. We want a neighborhood that is a healthy, happy place. So it's important to realize that there are ways for people to make money. There are a lot of commercially available situations that people can buy to rent. But let's keep our neighborhoods as neighborhoods for people. We desperately need affordable rentals, as you well know.
Chair Church and other Board of Supervisors members. And my name is Rick Manning. I am on the Carmel Valley Association Board, and thanks for having this hearing again. We've done this. You've heard it all. I want to especially thank Mary Adams for the effort she has put into this project and the empathy she has demonstrated for the special concerns we've had in Carmel Valley, the staff who's worked diligently, almost in perpetuity. And I think this has helped me clarify some of my thoughts on a house, a home, what it means to have a family residence, to have Monterey County as our home, to have a neighborhood, a greater community, to place ourselves within that context. Anyway, thank you very much.
Marianne Gawain, a resident of Mid-Valley and Carmel Valley, and on the board of the Carmel Valley Association, thanking the staff for their diligent work and thanking the Planning Commission and also the board today, because I understand this is a very, very difficult and even painful decision for you, because any ordinance you adopt could be tweaked, could be improved. You can each of you imagine things that you'd like to change, and I'm asking for you to vote for these ordinances today, not because you think they're perfect, but because they would move our community forward and alleviate some of the pain that we have related to excessive short-term rentals in residential areas. And I have to say, I too was moved today by the passion of some of the people who are entrepreneurial. They have very effective commercial operations going on here, and I have to trust and believe that they can take their entrepreneurial spirit and adapt to the new ordinances and find other creative ways to make rentals that aren't intruding on our neighborhoods like mine, where it's just very nerve-wracking when a house comes up for sale and you think, oh my gosh, that house would be perfect for a short-term rental. So thank you very much, and I hope we can move this forward and continue to tweak it and accommodate permits and so on in an affordable way for anybody who's trying to do this in a limited way to maybe just help with their rent a little bit. Thank you very much.
So, ma'am, yeah, please come up, and then we'll see. I didn't realize there was somebody behind you too. But maybe we can go to the two gentlemen, then go back to the lady on the right.
I will be very brief. I do not disagree with anything that people have said here. I just wanted to point out that a homestay is a completely different animal than what you're talking about here, than these commercial establishments that no one is hosting, all of that sort of thing. We have 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom in our home of 3 bedrooms. My husband and I live there only. We have 1 or 2 guests for our homestay, maybe 2 or 3 times a month over about 6-month period. That helps us maintain our home. It helps us maybe go on vacation occasionally. But more than that, it helps the people who stay with us afford to visit this area. Last week during Car Week, we had a young man from Houston, Texas, who stayed about 3 nights. He wanted desperately to be part of Car Week, but he couldn't afford the hotel bill associated with that. So he stayed with us for a couple of $100s for his night's stay, and he happily drove a long distance from North Monterey County to the activities of Car Week so that he could be part of it. Next week we have a booking with a lady who's dropping her son off at Cal Poly for his first night or his first year at Cal Poly. She doesn't want to drive all the way back to Sonoma County in one day. She's going to stay with us for a fraction of the cost of staying in a hotel, but she will be safe and she will be comfortable and she will feel like family. Homestay is not what these other things are. Just consider that maybe it's two different ordinances.
Have, do you want to come forward and speak, sir?
Good afternoon, Patrick Orozco. I am a developer and owner of a hospitality business down in Big Sur. I am here to support the wording of the ordinance as it relates to Big Sur on behalf of the business community. I made a couple phone calls to my peers today, and the common feedback was, we've expressed this before, but this has been going on for so long that we've kind of tuned out. But there is consistent support across the board from other owners. And I'm here to say something that I never thought I'd say. I'm looking forward to paying more taxes. The revenue diverted from illegal STRs belongs in the commercial zones with commercial operators with licenses, infrastructure, professional training, who are prepared and obligated to operate in compliance with long-standing regulations. The employees working at these places have a home and have a job with us. The housing that is being occupied is needed for our employees. For years, those regulations have been ignored or under-enforced. Not for us. You have an entire body of regulation, building codes, planning ordinances, policies, staff, infrastructure at not only a local but a state and federal level, designed to protect safety, quality of life, and neighborhoods, and those folks that follow the rules. None of that is available to you when short-term rentals are available. Not in Big Sur, at least. Please uphold the rules. They are already quite clear. Thank you.
I'm not sure which one of you were up next, but why don't you come forward and, yes, you're over there by yourself.
I've lived in the Yankee Point, Carmel Riviera area for 38 years. And in that time, we raised our kids. We've had lots of different people renting that house. It's owned by somebody that doesn't live in the neighborhood. And during that time, we had people that work in the area, lots of Navy school people who were here only a year or two. And since then, we now have 10 people in the house, or maybe 2 couples. It just varies. But every single night, it changes. So I'm not going to repeat what my neighbors have said, but I want you to become aware that Yankee Point and Carmel Riviera is a very small circle. It's not like Pebble Beach. It's not like Carmel Valley. It's a small circle of like maybe 150 of us, and we walk our dogs every day. And this is changing. One house sold for $3.5 million before anyone even knew it was for sale, because somebody that wants to do an STR bought it. That's how fast the homes are going in our neighborhood. And it's making our lives far worse than they were 38 years ago. And unlike the others, I would rather that our area is given some consideration because it is a small little neighborhood. It is not like the huge acreage that you have with Carmel Valley or with Pebble Beach. It's a small circular area, and 6 out of 10 homes are STRs. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members, supervisors, staff, the rest of the people that are here. We've heard a lot of passionate pleas, mostly on the side of protecting neighborhoods today. And the last time I was before you was, I think, 2 years ago when you were talking about hiring 1.5 code compliance officers to do a model enforcement program. We've heard a lot about issues around enforcement that goes along with this use of residential property. I think the big thing that's before you right now, though, is whether to certify the FEIR, adopt the Inland 21 as written, and amend it as needed later. That if we miss this opportunity to do that, then we're going back to the Planning Commission. It'll be another year and a half before there's anything accomplished here, which I don't think would look good. I know it wouldn't look good to the 770 petitioners that are voting residents of the county who support the existing ordinances as written. So please consider doing that today and moving this ahead so staff can get on with the job of enforcement, renters can get on with the job of renting, visitors can get on with the job of coming to visit our community and staying in these 3 different alternative ways of enjoying the county. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I've been here a few times before. First of all, I'd like to thank Board of Supervisors, the staff, for all the work you guys have put into actually getting to these ordinances. We moved here, my husband Robert and I, in 2013. We are on that famous little road, El Caminito, in the village, going up into the hills. It's dark, it's dangerous, it's winding. Since 2014, there have been 6 houses purchased by people we do not know. They're short-term rentals. They create noise, light, more traffic. In addition, we are one of the neighbors that Susan alluded to. Because of the high fire risk area where we live, our fire insurance was dropped. Our house insurance was dropped by AAA. We had a hard time getting another insurance, so finally we added up with the Carmel Valley, the California Fair Plan. Our premium increased by exactly 100%. So imagine if ever there were to be a fire on El Caminito, it would be a great risk to us as well as to people who are in a rental. As to the argument that one of the people just made, the commercial rental, is that what we are talking about? People that do not live here, so are the non-host rentals that we really are against. I'm one of the 770 people that signed a petition. We've dealt with this for many years, so I hope the board will take this decision. The word is reasonable, compromise, fair, and I believe this is how in this country, how in this state we should govern. Thank you very much.
Hello. Where's my clock? Okay, I'm just going to say 2 things based on a few comments. One, and I live in Carmel Valley. I've lived there in my house with my husband for nearly 25 years. My neighbor had a short-term rental, illegal. She was really upset with me because she wanted to keep it. She wanted to use it. The people were in the yard taking pictures of our yard and in the hot tub over the fence for, several times in a month. And she wanted to know what she could do when I told her that it was really upsetting to have to deal with these people. What can I do to keep it? And I said, keep them out of your backyard. I'll just overlook it, but keep them in your front yard or wherever, but keep them out of the backyard looking over our fence. It ruined our relationship. She hated my guts. She hung satanic symbols in the trees. She did crazy things, left horrible messages. But the other thing is that also there was a car with parents and 2 children. They went down Lower Circle in Carmel Valley. They had an accident. The husband, who was drunk, fled the scene, told his wife when the police showed up to make excuses or whatever she was supposed to say. The police went and found the short-term rental where they were staying, but he was drunk driving down a very dangerous curve around Lower Circle, just below where I live. So it's unlike what some people are saying. Carmel Valley is, in the village, it's not a safe place, and I support this ordinance in being passed. Thank you.
Hello. I'm against the ordinance, and I think a couple of things that nobody has looked at. History. The original ordinance that has been around since about 1997, there's good reason why there's only like 30 permits out there, because it's so massive to try to accommodate the public that I know a lot of STR owners right now, and none of them are going to apply for it. So I do question your figures, Planning Commission, that you're going to be able to collect all these permit fees when you're just going to have people walk away and just give up. They're not going to do it. And so I think they're going to keep renting and maybe eventually risk getting caught, but it's got so many limitations on it that it just doesn't make any sense. Secondly, another thing that hasn't been brought up is the amount of benefit to the county for workers, cleaners, the businesses. I happen to have an STR in Carmel Valley, small place. I limit it to couples and maybe one child. And I have over 200 5-star reviews. People love it. They come there with their pets. They come there with their little kids. They go out to eat. All the little businesses in Carmel Valley that are going to suffer, all the tasting rooms and whatnot, they're going to show major losses in their revenue. Nobody's brought that up. And I will also mention I have rented it twice to long-term rentals that absolutely trash the place. I would never. In my situation, if I have to shut down, I will shut down, but I will never rent it long-term again. They've trashed it, cost me thousands of dollars. It was a nightmare. All of my STR guests have been so clean and so respectful. Over 200 just reviews, and I've had many more guests than that. Never a complaint. And I will say, I guess I'm out of time. Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Harry Avila. I moved here in the late 90s, purchased a condo, ultimately bought a house. I rent short-term, maybe 10 times a year. I rent to multi-generational families. I rent to your vendors who come out and handle your events, public events. I rent to a group of golfers who've been there for 12 years now. I rent to my neighbors when they have problems either with sick relatives or Thanksgiving's coming up. I donate and in effect rent to 501c3s in my community where I now live. Unintended consequences, folks. I spent 22 years on a board and I really appreciate what you're doing here and all. But unintended consequences. We've seen definitions given here. It sounds very much like you have an ordinance that will handle certain problems, but there are underlying issues, including the cost you will incur, the 4 taxes that I currently pay that will certainly be reduced. The service workers that I hire to come over, clean my place, keep it nice, I'll vacate the place. My family will use it a few weeks out of the year, and that's it. Folks, you've got a real issue here. I appreciate your discourse, the time you spent on this, Supervisor Adams, but I heartily urge you that you're going to have unintended consequences of great significance over the period of time. Board Member Lopez, you've at least touched on some of them, and it will be far worse from the budgetary issues I saw. Thank you very much for all you've done and the opportunity to speak here. Take care.
Hello, my name is Lynn, and I'm embarrassed to say this is the very first meeting that I've ever attended, and that's because I really had no clue what was going on. I have short-term rentals in the city of Salinas, so I'm confused if this ordinance impacts all the cities in Monterey County, or are we strictly talking about just the communities on the peninsula? Because that's all we've heard from, and I'm from Salinas. So I'm confused if it impacts city also?
No. I'll have the staff answer your
Okay,
question
perfect.
after we're done.
That's why I'm confused, because it's my first meeting. Thank you.
So before we go online, we had a couple questions. Maybe we could, address those. Is there 2 questions, I believe? Maybe any comments you want, but we might as well.
If you'd like, that I think
break it up here a little bit.
noted probably 2 or 3 that we would give a little additional information on. So 1, just to follow up on that individual, to be clear, these regulations only affect the unincorporated areas of Monterey County outside the incorporated cities. There was the question about Pebble Beach, and we'll answer it for Del Monte Forest, Pebble Beach, as well as generally. So in our various land use and area plans, there are a number that identify visitor serving unit, visitor serving facilities, and have counts associated with those, and that was what the gentleman was referring to. The decision direction was given previously that vacation rentals do not count and apply towards those visitor serving units or facility counts in any of the land use plans, that the board wished to recognize those were intended to be for traditional hospitality. And so those are 2 separate counts. So the visitor serving counts in the Del Monte Forest plan are specifically for those traditional Pebble Beach Company hotel rooms, and vacation rentals are a separate thing entirely. The other thing, staff, if you'd like, we did want to, because there was some confusion or lack of clarity on the TOT impacts, we did try to prepare just a brief summary to show the total.
We can come back to that, maybe. That was Supervisor
do that after.
Williams' question there. So I'm sure we have a few people online, if we can go to that.
Kyra Goodby.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Okay. Could we go to the next person?
Rick Aldinger.
Hi, good afternoon. Rick Aldinger. I am co-chair of the Government Affairs Committee for Monterey County Hospitality Association. First, I will start with thanking everyone, our supervisors and the county staff, for the time and effort put into this complicated issue. It's been a long process. MCHA has concerns that we've voiced previously, not the least of which is the reduction of housing inventory, which raises the cost of workforce housing. Staff and the supervisors have done what they can to limit that impact, and we thank you for doing that. Today, the biggest concern is the imposition of the business license to hotel lodging properties in the county. This seems unrelated to the short-term rental issue and adds costs to hotel operators while simultaneously increasing competition by permitting the short-term rentals. I don't understand that. Of particular concern for everyone, I'm sure, regarding the business license is the fact that the cost of that license has yet to be determined. That's an issue. So at this point, I would just urge that you revisit the business license requirement component of this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
iPhone.
Do you have any other identifications?
Yes.
Go ahead, please. You have 2
Yes.
minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I want to say how deeply impressed I am with the work everyone has done in this process. To me, this is comforting evidence that as exasperating and difficult that this process is, when it's most open, it does stumble towards fairness. When the proposal to ban vacation rentals in Big Sur was first presented by county staff, I must say I was taken aback by the sweeping punitive nature of the proposal. I am not an advocate for vacation rentals. I myself would ban the exploitive online gatekeepers of Airbnb and VRBO in Big Sur. The decades of my life in Big Sur have been and are totally dedicated to preserving its beauty and the privilege of enjoying its beauty in peace and privacy. Yet, there are those that I know and love here who provide for families in that way. As I think you might understand, life-sustaining work in the undeveloped and isolated corridor coastal corridor of Big Sur is a vanishingly rare thing. I live on the south coast of Big Sur. As you know, we continue to be completely cut off from access to the rest of Monterey County due to a major landslide a year ago on Highway 1. Life and living here requires no small effort. As I understand it, the original vacation rental ban proposal would have required Big Sur resident homesteads who depend on seasonal rentals to essentially match the planning requirements to commercial hotels and pay a $12,000 fee to apply for that consideration and to operate a few days a year. In addition to the continuing contribution of 10% of their rental income to the county. It seems, if I've read correctly, these requirements have significantly been modified now. Yet even so, it seems to me the original punitive impulse reasserts itself. Language in the current proposal requires the resident Big Sur homestay host to sleep in the same building as their guest in an adjacent bedroom.
Thank you.
Jay Senish.
Thank you. I'd just like to take a minute to cover to start with the affordability of housing and everybody's concerns about that. That is indeed a great concern for me, as I have 3 children now in their 20s who are wondering how they're going to buy a house. They understand that this is one of the most beautiful, most desirable areas in the world, frankly, and that is the reason that housing prices are going up. It's because people who have money want to be here. That's the weight of that is the fact that we are not allowing a great deal of affordable housing to be built, and that the state has actually mandated that our county should do so. I'd also like to say that I am a STR operator. I currently manage about 40 homes in Monterey County that generate 55 jobs. The equivalent of 55 jobs per year over the last 3 years. The people coming into our community renting these homes have spent $60 million in the shops and businesses of this community. Also, the homeowners themselves have spent over $2.5 million paying contractors and buying items out of businesses. So there is a good side to the short-term rental business. We do manage unhosted rentals, but we're very strict in enforcing our good neighbor policies, our quiet hours, our reduced capacity. We have homes that could easily sleep 10 to 12 people. We don't really want to put more than 8 in them. And I think a lot of people would benefit from, looking at those guidelines and saying that, maybe we can do more with less, but do it right. I'm certainly grateful for what I've been able to achieve for my family by having this business.
Thank you.
Carolyn.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Carolyn?
Sir, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So my grandparents moved to Carmel in 1951.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I hope my 2 minutes can restart. My grandparents moved to Carmel in 1951, and our family has continued to live in and also care for their cottage there ever since. And I've been hearing all of the complaints from residents who've been disturbed by STRs, and I can only sympathize with them. The experiences they've had just sound absolutely horrible. And I'm speaking up here for families like mine who've been residing here for many decades, more than 7 decades in my case, but who also rent our home several weeks a year. And we do so in order to hold on to our beloved family cottage. We do so to cover the exorbitant costs of property taxes and the general costs of maintaining a home in the area. We do not have a game room or a hot tub. We have not made any changes to my grandparents' cottage to make it more palatable to renters. And we certainly don't rent to any large groups. We've never rented to a group larger than 2 couples or a family of 4 in a moderate-sized cottage sitting on a 6,000 square foot lot. There was talk earlier about unintended consequences. Our home is one of the few remaining original Carmel cottages. We heard earlier also from a developer, and there are any number of real estate developers who would snatch up our property, tear down the historic cottage, and build a home at least 3 times its size on it. We've seen this happen throughout our neighborhood, and there is no concern by these developers for the character of Carmel, nor any concern for the disturbance that the construction creates for us and for our neighbors. So I really hope that it's important to emphasize the point that there's a difference between houses that are purchased for the explicit purpose.
Thank you. I let you go a few seconds longer because I know it was a little broken up there, but thank you for your comments.
Gwen DeAmaral.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwen DeAmaral from Carmel Highlands, and I want to just take pause and thank all my neighbors in the Highlands, Pebble Beach, and throughout our community who are speaking out today in support over this issue. I also want to thank the staff for their continual work and dialogue that has provided everyone here today to be here, and especially Melanie Beretti. I do support today's FEIR moving forward, and I urge the board to stress on staff the importance of implementation for code enforcement and their fines. I'm happy to see that private roads are also being addressed in this item. STRs go against the very spirit of the Carmel Area Land Use Plan and negatively impact by their intensification and commercialization in our low-density residential areas in a way most of us do not want to see happen. I would further encourage the VRBOs to demonstrate greater transparency as we move ahead with this dialogue. I bring this to your attention today publicly based on a letter that I saw dated June 11th to the Planning Commission from Richard Matthews that is signed MCVRA directors. I would like to encourage future correspondence from this organization to be signed by those directors so each of us would know who they are. Thank you, and thank you again for your time to speak on this delicate matter.
Thank you.
Kyra Goodby.
Yes, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes, Kyra. Kyra Goodby, you have 2 minutes. Let's move on to the next one.
Larry Bacon.
Mr. Bacon, you have 2 minutes.
All right, I'm unmuted. Chair and supervisors, I'm Larry Bacon. I reside in Carmel Valley. I'm active with CBA. I'm very much in favor of the Inland Ordinance, Title 21. It brings a balance to the issues that we've all been facing. It recognizes that commercial STRs are not appropriate in residential zoned areas. And it recognizes that homestays are valuable for people who may be in a home for years and maybe they need a little extra income, and it allows them to be able to stay in their home. Now, actually, I have a question for the board, and it relates to what Rick Aldinger said. I'm a businessman, and regulation catches my eye. We have a requirement for a vacation rental operations license, a TOT certificate, and a business license. I believe I'm correct, and County Council can confirm the only business license that now required in Monterey County is for the cannabis industry. And I believe that came about because the state required that as part of that statewide program. Now, not only is it being applied to STRs, but the net gets thrown wider by interpretation by staff to take in all hotels. And frankly, I don't understand the justification, the rationale, and I would like Chair Church for that to be addressed as to why we have that particular business license and if it can be eliminated and simplify our regulatory life. I have no ox in the game. I'm not in the hotel business. This is just businessman's observation. Thank you.
Chris Clark.
You have 2 minutes if you're online, Chris Clark. Let's move on to the next one then.
Margie Kay.
Ms. Kay, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Mari Kleppel. I'm actually speaking from Margie Kay's computer today. I am the co-founder and president of the nonprofit grassroots organization, Friends, Artists, and Neighbors of Elkhorn Slough, also known as FANS. Along with many other North Monterey County residents, we organized in 1999, and since then, our group has engaged in citizen activism and advocacy with the goal of preserving and enhancing the 44,000-acre watershed, which includes providing input to decision makers for the protection of the natural resources needed to support safe and healthy communities within the watershed. Short-term rentals located in residential neighborhoods compromise our unique North Monterey County environment because they are focused on making money rather than supporting residents who care about the environment, the watershed, the erosion of the land, the traffic, and more, who instead work together with their neighbors to protect this unique area as a community. Short-term rentals in our residential neighborhoods also reduce the affordable housing in this area because a property owner or leaseholder who can rent out their property for far more per night will have no incentive to rent their house on a long-term basis to people who work here. FANS has submitted multiple letters already, provided detailed comments to support our concerns. If the board decides to allow STRs in residential neighborhoods, FANS asks you to provide at least the same protections and regulations to North Monterey County that you do to the residential areas of Carmel Valley and Big Sur. I thank you for your time, and also Margie Kay will be giving a testimony from the same computer.
Go right ahead. You have 2 minutes, Ms. Kay.
Thank you. I just also want to ask if the PowerPoint presentation will be made available for the public. And then my comment is, if the board does allow short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods, I urge you to provide the same protection and regulations for North County that you do for the residential neighborhoods of Carmel Valley and Big Sur. Thank you.
Zoom user.
Zoom user, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Karen Edwards, and I have been a resident of Carmel Highlands since 2000.
For 1 second. Sorry.
They were all talking, yeah. Let me go back to her.
Can we get the Zoom user back on there?
Hi.
There we go. Yes. Could we reset the time for her, please?
Thank you.
Thanks. So I'm Karen Edwards. I've been a resident full-time and part-time over the years since 2001 in Carmel Highlands. I've owned a home in Yankee Point, and I am deeply concerned about some of the things that my fellow neighbors have discussed in Yankee Point, the 16 people in the 4-bedroom house, et cetera. I bought my house in Yankee Point 2008. I never intended that it would be something that I would rent out short term, but as the Silicon Valley, my job, my family changes, I'm a single mom, the upkeep and trying to keep the house going, I ended up starting to do short-term rentals. I consider this home to be an important aspect of my life and my life with my 2 children. I recognize many of the neighbors of Yankee Point who spoke up. I just want to say that the worst experience I've ever had with anybody and any neighbor in Yankee Point was the renter who rented for 2 years next to me. This just happens to be the same person who then has rented and subleased houses in Yankee Point and rented them out. When this person was living next to me for 2 years, he had people coming and going all the time. They were loud. They had fires outdoors. They had furniture fly off into my yard. They were horrible. And there's no rules or regulations that prevent somebody who lives somewhere for 2 years from having as many people over as they want. They have all kinds of rights when you're a long-term renter. So I think, unfortunately, a lot of the problems and changes that we've seen in our neighborhood in Yankee Point are things that are not going to be solved by just banning short-term rentals. For instance, another thing that has changed in our neighborhood.
Thank
is
you.
that-
Your 2 minutes is up. That's okay. Thank you.
Hani Chin.
Oh, yes, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Helen Chen, and I'm a resident at Pebble Beach. We've been doing, we bought the vacation home 10 years ago, and at the time we intend to use it our own, but unfortunately we are not retired. So at times we rent it out to people. So who are these people? They're mostly golfers who are in Pebble Beach anyway, playing golf. And they are very quiet. I never had any problems with any of my neighbors or any complaints. And I believe that I speak for the other people who have bought homes for vacation homes and use them part-time. And in order not to have them sitting idle, we just let other people who are enjoying the neighborhood to use it. So I think keeping these visitors local actually reduce traffic and make them enjoy the neighborhood much better. And I do that myself in other parts of the world. So I think that the county should really look at each situation carefully, and you should focus your resource in enforcing these operators who are causing troubles, right? If there are complaints, you need to address that. But most of us really do not have any complaints, and we are only making this contribution to the community by having more visitors to the neighborhood and paying the TOT. We're a big part of the TOT. We're very happy to share the profit with people so that we can stay there ourselves, and also the resources being utilized by people who are visiting that and contributing to the local tourist community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Saroyan.
Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
So. Okay, great. Thank you so much for letting me speak. Banning short-term rentals in Monterey County is more than just a policy misstep. It's an approach that overlooks the real issues and creates unnecessary challenges. But it's clear that this decision could significantly impact our local community. Short-term rentals are a vital part of Monterey's tourism industry, and removing them can lead to fewer visitors, which in turn would hurt the small businesses that rely on tourist traffic. Restaurants, shops, and local service providers. Beyond the economic impact, this ban also feels like an infringement on homeowners' rights. In America, we've always valued the freedom to use our property as we see fit, within reason. This policy limits that freedom, telling people how they can and cannot use their own home. It's a step backward that goes against the principles of property ownership in this country. The idea that banning short-term rentals will solve the affordable housing issue isn't realistic. Most of these properties aren't designed for long-term living, especially for families. They're often smaller units with limited amenities. And even if they were converted, the high costs would still make them inaccessible to most locals. Instead of restricting property rights and hurting our local economy, Monterey County should focus on more balanced solutions that address housing concerns without undermining the rights of homeowners or the livelihoods of local businesses. There's a better way forward, and it starts with thoughtful planning, development that considers the needs of everyone involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Martha Deal.
Ms. Deal, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Martha Deal. I'm serve on the Monterey County Planning Commission, but I'm speaking today as an individual. I just wanted to put a few words forward from having spent a good deal of time listening to all of the various valid concerns about this issue, which is why it's taken so long to come up with any kind of recommendation. And what I keep hearing today in the comment is that this is a proposed ban on short-term rentals. And I want to be really mindful for the members of the public. I'm sure the supervisors know that. It is not, in fact, a ban. It is a compromise that is designed to allow appropriate short-term rental activity that will support keeping as many residents in residential units as we can, providing income opportunities for people, and protecting the residential character of various neighborhoods who have been adversely impacted. The other thing it does is it's really crafted to allow us to have the tools we need to do what the last speaker just said, which is enforce the rules that will keep these problems from occurring that we've heard so much about. And so all of the pieces of this current proposal that has come forward from the Planning Commission were put together as a package to try to provide that balance that everyone is asking for, knowing that we would not get it right on the first pass, but that we can't even tell what changes we really need until we have an enforceable ordinance in place that we can go forward and see how well we did and then change it appropriately. I just have to really encourage the board to say that not to decide is to decide. The current situation that we have is unenforceable, leading to these problems. And we really need to give our good county staff the tools they need to enforce it, which includes that business license, which ties together the assessor and HCD so that they have a good way to focus that approach. So thank you very much, and I really hope that this is going to be an opportunity to decide today.
David Hakakian.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. David?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I have a few questions for staff, particularly with respect to the coastal Big Sur areas. The first would be, what the cost of a coastal development permit is going to be, how long it would take, and whether the downstream effects to people that are servicing the STR industry, such as cleaners, landscapers, and other working class people, whether they've been considered in the drafting of this ordinance. And in addition to those three questions, I'd like to know how many additional housing units do you estimate will become available in Big Sur? And do you know what the price point of those housing units would be? Thank you.
Thank you. Staff will answer when we're done with the comments.
J.C. Clark.
Yes, you have two minutes. Let's move on to the next one.
Or the last one.
Is there anybody else that was earlier? Nope. Okay. With that, we'll. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Hello?
JC. You just slipped in under
Okay.
the gun.
Great. The last one. Well, I'll make it quick. I'm speaking in support of short-term rentals, and I really oppose the vacation rental operation license planning that's in there. I think it's onerous and unnecessary. It's going to use a lot more of HCD staff to review. And I want to point out that the short-term rental market is very competitive, and there is intense demand for renters, so that the market sets the standards, and they're far above the standards that the county has. Needing a site plan, floor plans, bedrooms needed. The commercial market out there, if you were to go look at a house in a vacation home in Hawaii or Nantucket, you'd look at the number of stars. Has it got 9 or 10 stars in it? And you wouldn't look at anything past that. And then you'd look at the reviews. And believe me, the reviews for short-term rentals are made by people who paid to stay in them, and they are intensely critical. If there's anything wrong, if there's solid waste collection problems, if there's water standards, by all means, those are highlighted. And those houses don't stay on the market. They disappear. They're gone. So that is a critical thing. It's unnecessary for the county to start setting up its review and its planning. And the second point would be is if I stayed at a short-term rental and I injured myself, I would consider suing the owner of the house. But if I then learned, wait a minute, the county approved this, inspected it, I'd go after the county. They've got the deep pockets. So this plan, I think, brings the county to a lot of risk unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nobody else online? Okay. That will close public comment. I'll bring it back here to the board. I'll start on my left here. Supervisor Adams, do you like to start?
I think I'd like to start and then probably finish as well. So
I don't know if the other four of us will agree to that. But.
Well, we'll see. But it's really been just terrific to hear everyone. And I thank all of the people who have come out today to express their concern and their support for short-term rentals. It's important for us to hear both sides of the equation. I've been working on this since before I was elected to this office. So it's been 9 years that I've been working on this, and it's really, I feel like this is a significant day because I think that we are just about ready to make the final decision to move forward with this. Just to my colleagues, I want to thank you all as well. This ordinance is not perfect, but it has really been worked on by a lot of people for a long period of time to get it as close as we can. And I'm very thankful for the staff. The work that you guys have put in has been just phenomenal. In fact, when I heard Taylor reading the start of all of this, I thought, his voice is so mellifluous, it could put me to sleep. So I'm glad that it didn't, because there's been a lot of communication that was very important today. But at any rate, I just want to say that we acknowledge that it's not perfect. But we really need to take a close look at what we have here, because it's a balance that will allow us to move forward and finally have some teeth in enforcement. That's been one of the biggest problems that we have with the short-term rentals. I know when I forget whom it was that made the comment about remembering when we got staffing for a person and a half for enforcement. Now, I really worked hard to get that, and it was so disappointing that we were not able to ever end up having much teeth in that part. But this is different. This is now, and I think that we have I hope that we have the will to move forward with this. As I said, even though it isn't perfect, we would have something that will allow us to move forward with enforcement. And then we would be able to come back, and if we need to make some changes, we would be able to do that. I might even have to ask our county counsel, Kelly Donlin, if we made this change, would it have to go back to the Planning Commission and therefore push things back? But as I'm sitting here right now, I think I'm supportive of moving forward with it as it stands with what we have. I feel like we have to act in the best interest of our local residents. We have to really protect the housing, the limited housing that we have. And someone made the comment that these are not the kinds of houses that people would be able to rent. But, it's a logical chain that, yes, it might not be a house that someone could afford to rent, but you have to notch it down all the way to the person who is a renter who would be able to afford something, can't get that, so they have to go up a notch, et cetera, et cetera. But the Planning Commission voted 10-0 in favor of passing this ordinance. And I just am so certain that if we move forward today, that we will be able to we can't close the door on it, but maybe we'll get it a little bit more shut. I very much appreciate the comment that this is not, this as it stands now is not a ban on short-term rentals. There are many people who have short-term rentals who are very responsible, and people do enjoy staying in those. And I'm conscious of that, and that is allowed, that will be allowed within this ordinance. But there are going to be hoops that one needs to go through to ensure that we do keep the standard that needs to be kept so that the neighbors aren't totally disrupted at all times. I'm one of those people who's really getting nervous because 2 houses on my small little cul-de-sac are on the market. And, it just makes me nervous. The one is, both of them were from people who had passed away. So there is, it's anybody's guess what's going to happen. I want to make sure they know that somebody's going to be having an eye on them. Mm-hmm. But at any rate, I just wanted to say that I hope that everyone understands that we really have to get something passed so that we can start the enforcement. I am very excited about it. As I said, I've worked on this for a really long time. I'm looking to my colleagues for their support so that by approving the staff's recommendations, we will be able to help the county rein in the bad actors and allow people to operate legally and protect the neighborhoods in the community that we are fortunate to be able to call our home. And I know that everyone in this room is wed to ensuring that Monterey County does remain the beautiful place that it is today. Thank you.
So I skipped responses to some of the questions, and I know you had an update that you wanted to give on the budget. So let me go back to staff so we could respond to some of the public's questions first. Then I'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Of course, through the chair. So just to touch on one of the last public comments, just to clarify that commercial vacation rentals in the current draft are not allowed in Big Sur, but limited vacation rentals and homestays are allowed in Big Sur, and they would be allowed with a vacation rental operation license, which the current fee that staff is proposing is $965, which does not include other fees as a percentage of the overall dollar amount, as well as EHB fees. Additionally, just to note that there was a socioeconomic analysis that was done as a part of the draft environmental impact report, and that did analyze the impact on housing stock as well as employment. The impact on the housing stock, there were references to many other studies as well that showed that vacation rentals do have an impact on home prices as well as rental prices. And as far as the budget piece, if I can share my screen really quickly. And so this is the fiscal year 2022, 2023. So the total TOT is 38 million. Total MCTID TOT, which is a kind of rough category for hotels, is 34 million. And then the total non-MCTID TOT, which can once again roughly be estimated to be the vacation rental TOT, is about 3.8 million. The projected loss for the TOT is slightly over $1 million, which is 3% of the total TOT and 30% of the vacation rental TOT.
I believe there's another question from Mr. Bacon about why hotels were required to have a business license, if there's any consideration on that.
Yeah, and through the chair, I will also defer to Treasurer Tax Collector, but it will facilitate HCD and Treasurer Tax Collector being able to more seamlessly integrate. So there is a clear process for once either vacation rental operation license or a use permit or a coastal development permit is approved, that we will notify Treasurer Tax Collector, and then they will also notify us, and that will also serve to ensure that the TOT is continually registered and paid.
Were there any other, excuse me, were there any other responses? Okay. We don't have any other staff on?
I would just say we have, I believe, Christina Parsons from Treasurer Tax Collector's Office is here in chambers, and Jake Stroud is on Zoom. I don't know if they want to speak specifically to the hotel portion of it, as opposed to the link directly for the vacation rental enforcement.
I'm actually here in person. Good afternoon, Jake Stroud, Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this and for your patience as we're kind of waiting our turn in place to speak. We have been involved in the ordinance development, and there's a few reasons why our office is in support of both the ordinance itself as well as the business license requirement, and I'll just kind of highlight some of those. So the first thing I want to do is distinguish between the TOT certificate and the business license. The certificate is a one-time issuance, could go back many years. It is not an ongoing process, whereas the business license will be an initial as well as annual updates that provides multiple things to our office: contact information, who we're working with, what type of operator, as well as an individual to reach out to. Second, business license does create compliance standards that are clear and consistent across the industry. So we're able to ensure that state and county permits are in place, TOT is paid, whether that be a large balance or a small discrepancy based on perhaps an audit, And we do have an established business license program, as was mentioned, that is based on cost recovery and does have enforcement capability. There were some concerns around the cost of that, and we have some rough estimates initially, but it would be a fee of less than $200 initially and around $100 for annual renewal. So not a significant cost there. We also touched on facilitating coordination between our office and HCD. The process was nicely outlined by staff, starting with an application to us, the TOT certificate issued, further review by HCD, and finally a license issued by us at the end of the process. We also are confident that satisfies the civil grand jury recommendation from 2020, which spoke to a need for alignment between county departments in the registration, permitting, licensing, and enforcement. One other benefit is that it offers transparency to the public, including other operators. Our website will offer the ability to look up the operators that are licensed and ensure that you're working with a licensed operator. There's some significant value to that. There has been touching on the MCTID amount, which the staff nicely broke down. That is an estimate that we provide, and we'd be happy to be able to increase the accuracy of our reporting through the business license. Because of the levels that will be established, we're not currently able to differentiate. We report on the total amount of TOT that is collected, and you can kind of extrapolate estimates from the MCTID as was shown on the screen. The last thing I wanted to mention is that there is an existing precedent for TOT business licenses. Almost all cities in our county, I believe the number is 14, require a business license for TOT, and most counties in the state do as well. And then I just want to acknowledge the work that's been done on this ordinance to this point. Thank you to HCD, thank you to County Council, thank you to the board for making it a priority. Thank you to our staff that have been involved. And we are here if there are any other questions about our work that we can help answer. I do have with me Christina Parson, who's our Chief Deputy Treasurer Tax Collector of our tax division, as well as Lynette Charlesworth, who is our Management Analyst over the program.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I'm going to go yet. I'm hearing all this, and I think for me, it's the unintended consequences that I'm really concerned about. Obviously, the big piece for me listening to everything is I think we're going to have a new professional corps of Airbnb operators in Monterey County to afford the size fees that are being proposed. Only one type of person is going to be able to do that, and it's somebody who's a professional who does it every single day. And the family who does it to take care of their own needs and their family and upkeep the home and maintain it and create a little extra income, it's not going to work for them. And so they're going to leave that business. And honestly, at rental prices of $7,000 a month, the working family is not going to be able to move into these homes. That's not who's going to move in there. It's going to be people who can afford a third, fourth home, buying it to vacation there. And I know that's what folks like in certain instances because it keeps neighborhoods quiet. But it's not going to fix our picture here based on the prices with an average of over $1.5 million in the neighborhoods that we're talking about in this instance. So I think to me, the real consequence at the end of this is going to be that the only people who can afford to operate these places are going to be professionals, people who do this every single day. It's not going to be your mom and pops, your friends and neighbors. I think that's the intent for some folks, and I get that. That's been my concern from the beginning. And I fear that that's where we're headed, given how we've laid this out. I don't think the county can afford $1.5 million haircut. And I understand that folks think it might be less than that at the end of the day, but I do think that the number is going to be bigger based on the barriers that are put in place through this ordinance. And so that's my concerns from what I heard today, amongst others, but I'm happy to hear from my colleagues and see if I can be swayed.
Supervisor Askew or Alejo, would either one of you want to go?
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you to the public for all your comments and participation. It's been very long, and I think the participation and the feedback helped us get us to this point. I also want to recognize this is a delicate balance, a lot of input, a lot of ideas, a lot of opinions. concerns from hospitality, concerns from neighborhoods, as we heard, and also from the owners. And I also recognize that STRs are a way for lower-income families to be able to enjoy the coast a lot better. The Coastal Commission has recognized. So I just want to put it into perspective. But these conversations are always difficult wherever they are. I think especially in coastal counties. After hearing the feedback and the comments, I did want to ask staff, just going to how we got to only certain land use areas being prohibited from commercial vacation rentals while everyone else doesn't. It seems that's arbitrary. Maybe it's a better explanation. Maybe there was other options, right? You put a 4% cap. Why not less than that to address neighborhood concerns? Why not a 2% cap if it's less? But to say commercial is completely out only in these areas, in Big Sur, Carmel land use area, Carmel Valley Master Plan, and Moss Landing Community Plan. These are only areas where you won't. You could do the homestays, you could do the limited vacation rentals, but it would just point it out right now that the fee for that is, for a limited vacation rental, is $965 annually, right? And then they can only rent 3 times or less. Who would do that, right? It's very costly unless the 3 stays are substantial. It seems like that even further limits that possibility in these areas. So we always like to try to achieve a balance, always try to achieve fairness, but there is some, I guess we need to elaborate a little bit more why we got to that point in only these particular areas.
Through the chair, the primary reason was due to unique resource constraints in the areas that were identified. Additionally, limitations to housing stock, particularly in Big Sur and Moss Landing, as well as significant community input through the DEIR and the ordinance development process.
And maybe more specifically, we can speak to each region. So in Big Sur, we did.
Yeah, and why not less a lower cap for these areas for the reasons that were just stated, versus an outright prohibition?
So particularly, I'll just kind of maybe hit each one then. For Big Sur in particular, there are significant housing constraints. And so I believe there's only slightly over 900 housing units in Big Sur. So each individual housing unit that's removed is fairly substantial. Additionally, the unique resource constraints in Big Sur, the water as well as septic. That's also true in the Carmel area land use plan for the Carmel Highlands area, where there are unique well and septic system issues. Moving to the Carmel Valley master plan area, the Carmel Valley master plan does have some unique pieces in it that do encourage that the rural nature of the community is protected. And so commercial vacation rentals, which are more akin to a commercial style use, may not necessarily be appropriate in the Carmel Valley Master Plan because of that. And then finally moving to the Moss Landing Community Plan, that was one of the recommendations that the Planning Commission asked staff to insert into the ordinance, and that was primarily due to the severe limitations of housing there. I believe there's only 61 housing units, so a single housing unit can have a very significant impact on that community if it's lost to a commercial vacation rental.
And just to add to that, especially in Moss Landing and in the Carmel Valley area, there are commercially zones. There are commercial zones where this activity could still happen, and in particularly in Carmel Valley, agricultural zones where the activity could still happen as well.
And maybe the follow-up is for Ms. Donlan. Your point on this, right? So just in terms of legal considerations, right? How do you feel, or we should probably put on the record, how do we feel in terms of how the ordinance addresses concerns that if this is challenged, it would say we're being arbitrary in these areas and excluding homeowners who already have these rentals, taking away that right by creating an outright ban. What can you do to address those concerns about potential legal challenges? Because I'm assuming this is where it will end up to be further litigated and deliberated upon by the
let's
judge.
hope not. Knock on wood. I think there is substantial evidence in the record that staff has touched upon briefly, verbally with you right now, as to why certain areas there can be ban within residential zones. I think there's, as I said, they verbally touched upon it, but there's a lot more evidence within the record that touches upon the reasons for that distinction in those areas.
And I get the arguments in Moss Landing where there's the limited number of homes in Big Sur, but in other areas, it's like, we're saying it's all because of the rural nature. We could say that about a lot of these other land use areas that have those unique aspects as well, right? So I'll leave it at that. I want to get us to an ordinance because I know we've been working on this too long. But I just wanted to hear and flesh that out to help me in this decision. The other things, I was looking to the Santa Cruz County ordinance, and I looked at ours and just comparing. These are smaller items, but I don't think they're omitted from ours. For example, a wait list, right? A process for a wait list fee. If a certain area gets a cap of these STRs, what's the process for us to have a wait list, to let somebody get on a wait list? Santa Cruz pays a fee to stay on the wait list annually. And so if somebody surrenders their unit, then a permit becomes available and they'll be in line to be able to do that. That seems to be totally omitted of having any process for that. The other thing I saw that would be helpful is in advertising, that if they have a permit, it's a requirement that they advertise, put the permit number in their advertisements to show this is a permitted property. Santa Cruz includes that. That makes sense, right? As we're trying to deal with the unlicensed STRs, this makes it clear that when you're displaying it, you're properly permitted to be able to rent within our county. The other part was, two more things. Santa Cruz County requires signage inside the home to remind the guest about following the rules about noise, about parking, about how many guests are allowed, about disturbances. It seems that would be the obvious reminder when people are staying in there, the importance of following the rules to better address the concerns of the neighbors. That was not included in here. And on the flip side, Santa Cruz County, I guess they've had an issue there was they had a line of provision for reminding about not making false reports to the sheriff, right? Because they said it's illegal to be doing that as well, creating false reports to the sheriffs about these STRs. These are all things I know that will eventually come up once this ordinance is in place, but I'd rather put them out there on the table and seeing how we could potentially include those. So two questions that I think we need clarification. Why the hotel fee? Why the fee on the hotels in this ordinance? And then second was on Supervisor Askew's question about the HOAs. HOAs could have more restrictive rules within, I guess, that neighborhood, but they couldn't be more. They couldn't be more permissive than what our ordinance allows, right? So I want to be clear. Like, they could be more restricted not to allow any within their HOA, but they can't say, well, we could allow more or deviate from this ordinance that could be approved here, correct? So County Council answered the second one, but maybe just why the hotel fees in this ordinance is what was asked by one of our speakers today.
Yeah, and through the chair, I would defer to Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to speak specifically about the business license fee piece, but just to talk briefly on the HOAs and CC&Rs, that is correct what you stated, that the county's ordinance is going to be the most permissive and HOAs can be more restrictive as far as vacation rentals.
And I think just following up the 4 items that you listed from Santa Cruz ordinance, for advertising the permit number, that actually is in our Title VII. We can reference, if you'd like, the section in it for you, but that is in there. We have requirements for that. The signage inside the home, we also do have language requiring particular information be posted, including some of that safety, and it's, yes, our screen sharing it here. So we can add additional information, but I think those 2 are covered. In terms of the creating false reports, that's not something that staff had looked into. We can certainly look into that. And then in terms of a process for the wait list, you're correct. There's no specific information in the ordinance about that. We had considered how we would handle. Typically, we process as a first come, first served basis. And staff's thought was if we start looking like we're getting close to saturation with applications in an area, then we would look at a wait list process and what that might look like at that time. So, but that is something we'd contemplated, and you are correct, is not in there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The response to Supervisor Alejo from the Treasurer.
Sorry, I was going to try to answer that question about the hotel fee, Supervisor Alejo. Thank you for the question. We're understanding that maybe you're talking about the business license fee that our office charges. That's based on cost recovery for the work that our staff does, which would be for all business licenses, hotels, as well as short-term rentals. But does that answer your question?
I guess in this ordinance, because I guess some of the businesses within our county are saying, well, did this exist before, or why is this coming up for the first time when this ordinance is being considered? I guess that's why they're asking why all of a sudden a new fee when this ordinance comes on STRs and now it's being imposed on them as well.
So our office didn't previously charge a fee for this, even the TOT certificate. There's no cost for that, whereas the business license for our office to review the information and the staff work required for that, that's what the new fee will be for, and that would be for all business license issued. Okay, thank you.
I have some historical perspective. It's Chapter 702, and it was adopted by the board along with all the ordinances that set up the cannabis program. So currently, our code only requires a business license for cannabis businesses. So I think what's before you today for consideration is if we're going to extend the business license to short-term rentals and then also hotels. And Treasurer Tax Collector staff has explained the benefits of having a business license, which Jake can go into more, but that's why it started, was in 2016 when you all adopted Chapter 702 and required business license for cannabis businesses. And I think the thought was when that was done that with time it may extend to other types of specific uses where there would be a benefit to having a license for certain types of businesses.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thanks. Okay. Let's see here. There's a lot that was covered in comment and a lot that was covered by staff. There's also a lot that hasn't been touched on yet. And just a couple follow-up questions. So when we talk about the homestay option, did the Planning Commission consider including the homestay permits within the 4% cap? Was that something that was?
Through the chair, that was not something that they considered.
Okay. Because I could see a scenario in which we have, where the homestay option is the only option, and that you could design, that could become a more popular option for residents who are looking to supplement income would pursue. And I think that it would be something that we should think about having a way to put a cap on that as well. But I don't want to, I think I'm also interested in trying to get us to a point where we can have something that we can move forward with. So that'd be one issue that I think is outstanding. In regards to the question about sorry, in regards to the question about whether homestays should require the owner or the principal resident, I'm inclined to say that the principal resident would be sufficient to allow for a homestay. I think a lot of situations I can picture in my mind where you've got a long-term renter or a child who's renting from a family member, or scenarios like that where that would be necessary and appropriate. I also, or appropriate. I can also just wanted to mention, I think Supervisor Lopez, you were expressing some concern about having the fee for the homestays, and it is conceived that there could be a fee waiver requested if that was something that someone needed. I think we're trying to thread a needle with this. So many of our jurisdictions have just simply said black and white, like hard no, and yet we have a whole sort of industry and economy that's been built around this flexibility of allowing people to, I think maybe it started from a place of allowing someone to, keep your grandparents' house and for the family and being able to make those things work, but it's definitely morphed into something different than that in many cases. And so how do you apply a one-size-fits-all across the board while also recognizing that the issue that we here in Monterey County have a housing crisis, it applies to the state, applies across the entire western United States. I think there's so many details within what's being proposed that I would, we could go into significant more detail about and discuss and hash out. But without having these ordinances passed, we can't move forward with the enforcement piece, which is a quality of life issue for so many of our residents. We can't move forward with improving this until we've actually implemented it. And so I'm inclined to support the staff recommendation that's before us today. But I want to recognize that it will have negative impacts on many, and many who are expecting it to do more than what it is. It's not going to be everything to everyone. And having said that, I hope that we can implement it. And then once we've got some data and more information about how it's working, how it's not working, where we need to make amendments, we'll at least have a baseline by which to move forward together. So thank you.
There are 4 areas that are being carved out. Am I correct on that? Moss Landing, Carmel area, Big Sur, Carmel Valley. How many STRs are there in those areas, and how many in the rest of the county?
The chair staff is going to pull that up in 1 second.
I'd also want to express thanks for everybody online and in person that came here. I counted just about 47, 48 comments, and it was just about evenly 2-to-1 in favor of it, but that's still significant numbers on both sides, and a couple of folks that spoke more for informational purposes.
Through the chair, staff is sharing their screen in column C. In the table is the number of advertised vacation rentals as identified through the draft environmental impact report process.
So about 355 of the 825 are in the, we got 5 areas carved out here, don't we? I'm not 4. I forgot Kashawa. So I have to recount here again.
So the areas that are carved out for limitations or prohibition in certain areas for commercial vacation rentals, that's Carmel Valley, which is 163 advertising. It is Big Sur Coast, which is 37. It is Moss Landing, which is 11 advertising. And it is at Carmel, but only a sub portion of Carmel, just the low density residential, which is essentially Carmel Highlands. So of that 218, we don't have the number that are exclusively in the low density residential in Carmel. So it is those, and they are bolded. It's hard to tell, but they are bolded on this. And then to the far right in column E is how many would be allowed at the 4% proposed cap.
Okay.
So if you look at the difference between C and E, that's where you would see if there's capacity for more to be added or if there would need to be a reduction in the number that are operating.
It's not my district, and I don't think here, but Greater Salinas is the Crowley Tier area. Is that correct? No? What is that?
Greater Salinas.
Toro? Okay, so that's right. So the crowd is roughly the same area then. Toro, okay.
Yeah, Toro is the Corral de Tierra area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Greater Salinas is considered that area?
No, do you want to pull up? If you would like, we can pull up the land use map so you can see.
I'm sorry, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
See Greater Salinas.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Give us a 1 minute. We'll pull up the land use map so you can see where the different areas are, rather than us trying to verbally describe the Greater Salinas.
So we're doing that. I'll proceed with a few comments. So, as I look at this, it's to me the overriding issue is, as us as a board, and we come up here a lot, is really with housing. And I understand this. There's a lot of affordable housing in Carmel Valley, and so that's probably not having an impact in that regard. But once we go through and we start to carving out some sections, I realize it is going to spill over into some others. And so I think we really have to look at this issue on a real broad level, and a county-wide issue, how it goes forth. Now, I know there's been a long-time problem here in Carmel Valley and over there, and this is something that's put down to get going forward. I don't think it necessarily works for the whole county. I'm inclined at this point to go with this, but I want direction on changes that'll be coming down the line onto some things. And I have some concerns on a whole range of these options that we have here and how it applies onto the county. So you have the Greater Salinas right up there, and that's just the green area basically? No.
Yeah, it's the green area. So at the center, sort of center west is the city of Salinas, and it's all that green area surrounding is the Greater Salinas area.
So, and I know we've talked about quality of life issues, but it's housing and quality of life, but there's also there's a human element in here too as well, and of some people trying to make it so they can keep their homes or they can buy a home, and it gets really complicated, I think, as we've all really looked at here. As I say, I think we got to be moving ahead with something, and so I'm willing to support this, but I see problems that are going to keep coming down, and I'm going to try to address those so that we don't have a problem getting a lot worse down the line. And one of those, really is if we're shutting out on the residential areas in Carmel Valley, roughly, and elsewhere in the residential areas there, I know what's going to happen is going to spill over into the Toro area. That's going to be the next one because it's relatively close, and that's where it's going to go. And in my case, eventually it's going to come out to North County, where I know then it's going to have even a bigger impact upon housing for working people. And it's just so critical. We really only have two ways we can deal with the housing situation. We can either build new housing, which we try to do, and it's very slow, or we can maintain the ones we have. And so when we're talking about outside businesses that are buying, or individuals that are buying up a lot of these homes and renting them out, and they're outside the county, I don't have a lot of sympathy for that, because it's a financial consideration. It's purely a financial consideration, and it takes away housing stock that's available for people here. So I understand where, when we talk about limiting those to commercial areas, I can understand that because that's purely a commercial enterprise. But as we look down here at the other lines on the hosted, I would like to see something eventually put together here that is actually more expansive, because I want to see these are going to be residents in the community we're in here. These are residents in this county, and one thing we haven't really heard from is problems when somebody's living on site. That's one thing from the previous meetings I've had that I haven't heard is a real problem. But it is an opportunity for, as we heard from a couple of speakers here today, where they're able to buy a home or maintain their home because of some income they have coming in. And I want to encourage that in whatever policies we do, home ownership, and what we can do to make things easier on the people that are living here. So I know ADUs can't be used for short-term rentals, but ADUs aren't the only kind of dwellings around. There's a lot of older housing stock, and it's 28% of the homes in Monterey County were built prior to 1960. We didn't have any general plans for area until 1963. So there's homes that were built after that, sometimes multiple homes on single pieces of property. And I know one instance of a family that the parents were living in one home, a son and his wife and children live in another, and they have a third home right nearby. And they don't want to. It's on the same parcel there. They don't want to just rent that out to somebody who's a complete stranger there 365 days a year, because the kids, it's a family compound. That's how they can afford it. That's the kind of situation which lets people have an extended family on a property, lets people have an opportunity to purchase a home. So, that's something I think we need to explore and find ways to encourage how home ownership is going to help on this. The other thing I'm looking at this and seeing what the needs are and the concerns of a lot of people in Carmel Valley or down in the Highlands or elsewhere, this is probably going to be something where we develop. It's not going to be one size fit all. It's going to have to be carved out separately in different areas. And I'm kind of hesitant from listening to our county council to really make suggestions outside of what we have right here, because I don't know what's been discussed and what's not been discussed. But as well as I understand it, we could probably do some direction going back to, if we can make some direction going back to the Planning Commission to somehow look at the whole county and the options and then come back to the board, that would be able to be done in a reasonable amount of time. Is that my understanding? Go ahead, Kelly or Melanie.
Yeah, just if I can speak to it, of the things that have been brought up here on the dais, there is really a broad range of what the Planning Commission has considered. Just because, for example, when we were last at the Planning Commission, they did not specifically discuss, do we want to have a 2% cap on, just as an example, on homestays or not? The concept of whether or not we want to cap or further limit how a homestay could be rented was fully vetted at the Planning Commission. So I would defer ultimately to County Council, but I really want to emphasize that there are, the Planning Commission has really considered a very broad range. How do we want to limit these or prohibit them or restrict them in certain areas given unique circumstances? Even though the outcome of that from the Planning Commission resulted in these 4 planning areas, a part of that consideration was the entire county. So again, County Council can be much more clear, but I really just want to reemphasize that it is a very robust suite of options and considerations that have been considered at the Planning Commission. So from what we've heard here, I think a lot of it, in my experience being a part of this, a lot of it actually I think can be considered already contemplated and not necessarily needing additional deliberation, or at least not the formal public hearing deliberation for those. And the other thing I would say is we do have some policies we did try to anticipate. There are a couple that questions have been raised that we do have some written language. There are some red line options in the ordinance that were offered. If those options help address a couple of them, I think get at some of these concerns that have been raised, not completely. So I think I would also say that we do have some crafted language already prepared that gets at some of the additional concerns. So we have some bumpers, but it's
I want to, if county council is 100% comfortable, then, I feel more comfortable. But if there's any hesitation, then I, would prefer that we make sure we're doing the right thing.
I think Melanie encompassed the situation very well. So far, what has been discussed by the board, I think in the many years this has been discussed by the Planning Commission, it would fall under that umbrella and you'd be okay to move forward before today. However, I'm not clear exactly where the board's going yet, so.
I understand. So
But what Melanie covered, and she's been living this for years and years, I agree with her summation.
So let me move off into the other part, which is the agricultural zoning onto this. And I'm not real comfortable with just saying agricultural zoned land, because there's a lot of agricultural zone. And I want to promote agritourism, and I also want to help small farms out. And when you look at agricultural zoned, there's a lot of agricultural zone that isn't being used. I mean, I would, if we're going to really promote it down onto here, I would like to really see it being done on working farms. And that can, easily be identified by the ag commissioner on what is an actual working farm. Instead of, otherwise I'm looking at something that becomes sort of a, as an out, because agricultural zoning can actually include a whole lot of things. You can do things on rural residential with agricultural zoning as well. But the other part of it is I want to try to make it as easy as possible for some of this agricultural zoning. One thing I'm really strongly in favor of is is that we've been able to do this into a wine corridor, which we've had discussions with. But I'm also looking at the small farming operations pop up around, as I believe the ag commissioner told me, there's as small as, we got some as commercial farms that registered as small as 1/4 of an acre. And these farms, a farm like that, they got an opportunity to have somebody stay on there and promote agritourism. It's something that keeps them maybe going. It's especially these small farmers. So and I'm a little uncomfortable with the zoning, because it just, you have some of these operations going on that may not fit that need. Yes, go right ahead.
Jared, I don't know if this helps you or not, but ordinances can be amended once something is in place. Obviously, if there is a certain planning area that needs to be changed, or there's more provisions that need to be allowed for agricultural areas, that can be done.
Well, and that's where I'm just trying to throw out a range of options here, and kind of reading and seeing what has been discussed as well. But
yeah, and if I may, I think the one thing I would like to just respond to about agricultural zones. So they are agricultural zones. Any use that's not a predominantly agriculture or an ag support use needs to be subordinate to the agricultural use. And that's the way that our zoning code is written. And the way that, for example, additional uses on Williamson Act properties are used, right? The predominant use is the agricultural use, and this residential, or in this case, short-term rental, would have to be subordinate to that ag use. I'm not saying that there couldn't be unintended consequences, but I just wanted to point out that that is the way that our zoning code is structured, with the intention that agriculture is that primary use. This doesn't replace it.
That's not really what my concern was right there. But what I'm trying to say too is a lot of these are small operations, and what it would take to be able to do this is that the use permit could be really pricey for them. So I think we need to just look at something what works for various levels of agriculture, promote agritourism, and not slow it down. And one opportunity is a lot of these small farms, but. heard from folks in Pebble Beach as well, if they're concerned. This is not included in. Obviously, there's going to be pressure flowing out into there. So, I mean, I'm open to the idea, and I've heard it from some in North County as well, as limiting these to commercial areas and other planning areas as well. And I don't know if that's been discussed or if that's a feasible thing to consider, but.
So that general concept has been discussed, and it wasn't a decision that had been made. It is, I believe, within the purview. If you'd like to consider reducing it, I think from staff, you're just balancing. It's really a balance of how much do we allow so that these can happen and absorb the market without having the unintended consequences, and in any given area, how much commercial zone is actually available that could have residential that could be utilized for this. So that staff has not looked in other areas more specifically, but the general concept has been definitely well discussed, yes.
So
I'm going to go to, Supervisor Adams and Lopez, then
thank you.
Ask you.
I am conscious of some of the things that you've said, Glenn, and want to ensure that we aren't missing an opportunity. I was all, I'm ready to go forward and so that we can start enforcing things. I don't want to put anything in that would risk sending us backwards, so that it would be another few months before it comes back to us again. But I want to understand if what Melanie was saying and what County Council has said is if there has been discussion about commercial short-term rentals being limited in any residential areas, that maybe we would be taking care of issues that I believe you're expressing concern about, where it might, if you cut it off in Carmel Valley, it's just going to spread to Corral de Tierra, and then it's going to come to North County, et cetera, and we would be being proactive as opposed to reactive, which is what we're doing in the Carmel Valley now.
If the board is going in the direction of considering limiting vacation rentals to only commercial districts within various areas, I would recommend that go back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is meeting on September 11th. As I said, it wouldn't require a notice public hearing, so the item could go then, and we have to return to the board anyway because you're introducing the Title VII changes, but that requires a second reading. The zoning ordinances do not, but the Title VII does. So I think we could work it in, and staff may be giving me a dirty look with that tight timeline, but we could go to the Planning Commission on the 11th, and then we could return to you all on September 19th or September 17th. And that's when you'd be considering the ordinance, which we could clean up, the Title 21, and then you'd be considering the Title VII for the second reading. That would need to be clear in your motion.
And I did want to just say we do have, Taylor was able to find, we do have data that looks at the number of parcels that are residential zoned and commercial zoned in the different plan areas. So we did actually, he's very well prepared.
This would be inclusive of all of the county.
Yeah, so if we could share staff, right?
And just through the chair, this does not include all planning areas. Staff only considered the areas that currently have restrictions, as well as the two North County land use plan and the North County local coastal program.
It does not have then Del Monte Forest or the Greater Monterey Peninsula.
It does not, but I may have that in another slide, so let me just...
While you're on this slide, you have also a number of agricultural parcels. Does that mean the agriculturally zoned ones?
Yes.
And so are that, my question right here, is that the only ones that this would be allowed on, the current one?
In a specific planning area?
No, I mean, the agricultural zoning that we're requiring for STRs, would it only be allowed on these parcels but no other parcel?
Yes. Yeah. And these are the agricultural parcels that are identified in the Title 20, which I believe is RG, PG, and farmland.
And that's where when I talk about trying to make it more expansive, I mean, I know there's agricultural operations on more than those. And that's the problem I have with the way it's drafted right now, too, and I would want that changed. Supervisor Lopez, I know you've...
Yeah, so a slightly different question. There was a gentleman who raised earlier the question about entitlements, specifically having recorded certain things on his deed against his ability. So for existing folks who've gone through that process, are they tossed back in the bucket and starting over, or are they starting from a different point?
So so what is in the current regulations is there is for someone who has an entitlement, and I believe we have approximately 20 that had been issued under the current regulations that were issued in perpetuity. The balance of how many permits we've had issued, primarily in the inland, the Planning Commission has been placing 3-year terms on those, knowing that the regulations. So it's about 20 permits that have been issued. I think most are all in the inland area. That those do have a term of perpetuity, as our typical land use don't, and the amortization period we set at 7 years. So they would be able to continue to operate that use for 7 years, and then after 7 years, they would need to come in and apply and comply with the new regulations.
And if they don't, do we remove the restrictions on their deed at our cost since we changed the rules?
I will defer to County Council. I'm not sure how that works.
To reiterate, the amortization portions of the ordinance are meant purposefully so that the people that do have the entitlements have time, and that the time and money put into their permit, they have time to recoup. As far as the deed restrictions, I honestly haven't thought that through completely, but that is a consideration. And I think it's something staff would need to think about more, because it's a restriction that, it would have been us and the property owner putting it on title. So I think staff could work with those individuals to remove the deed restrictions.
And then my other question was to the ADUs. So Supervisor Church said, and we've agreed that there's no ADU. So is that, that's a weird one to me, because, so I'll share, I'd never even thought about this until right now when you mentioned it, and I thought, okay, I built an ADU for my in-laws, but long-term, I don't want a permanent neighbor. But if I choose, say 20, 30 years from now, when they're, God forbid, no longer with us, I will not be able to use my ADU as a short-term rental?
So that is correct. Yes, these regulations have consistently stated that they're not allowed in ADUs. Also, our ADU updates, which are going to be coming forward shortly. State law is making it much more permissive to build ADUs and junior ADUs to create housing. And so state law does allow jurisdictions to then restrict the short-term rental of those ADUs. And so our ADU ordinance also proposes to likewise restrict short-term rental in those types of dwelling units.
But I don't want neighbors, in that instance, I want to be able to, oh, wow.
Perhaps it would be your son and his wife and their new baby that would move in.
I hope not. I hope he's flown the coop and, is really doing well.
Supervisor, I know Supervisor asked you had one, then I'll go through Supervisor a little bit. Did you have a comment, Supervisor, ask you?
I just wanted to go back to the 4 areas. And just to be clear, because I think the chart on the advertised vacation rentals advertised versus allowed chart, I just want to be clear, how many properties are we talking about that would be prohibited from having the commercial aspects? And also the limited, I don't know if we have that data of limited versus under these new definitions, because these areas on the limited side, like my concern earlier with almost $1,000 fee, with only 3 rentals or less that fit that definition, there might be, some folks might be dissuaded even to do that, right, in these particular areas. So there would be nothing really allowed in practical terms except the homestays in these areas. So how many homes in these areas do we think will be impacted by that change? And I saw the implementation language. If this goes into effect in October, then there's only 2 months more that they have to phase out those properties, right? So come December, whatever income they were earning will come to a stop. And I'm sure there's the commercial business owners that buy these properties that Supervisor Church was describing, but there's also those that are locals, that are families, mom and pops, and maybe family properties. We can't paint them all with the broad brush. There's a mix in there. So this would come very dramatically, right? In December, that would stop unless they violate the ordinance. So anyways, just trying to get a clear number of the impacted properties with this change in these 4 land use areas.
Yeah, I think we can show once again, the one thing I would like to say, that data for the advertised rentals, the granularity is not sufficient for us to distinguish different types of rental and whether or not they would be allowed. The majority of what is operating out there are commercial vacation rentals that are whole house rentals unhosted. So we don't have the granularity to really ask, what are we impacting when we're talking about homestays and limited? I think, but we can pull those numbers back up and specifically show you which are.
In Big Sur, I think you got on that chart, it was 37, and Carmel, 218, Carmel Valley, 163, and 11 in Moss Landing. That's about 429, more or less, if I'm correct, if these numbers match the 4 areas.
So for Carmel Valley,
Yeah, and through the chair, so there is a slight distinction that I would just like to make in Carmel Valley is that, as Melanie mentioned, the zoning that the properties are currently in, we don't have a good handle on that just because of the granularity, but the 201 that would be allowed in Carmel Valley, there are enough commercially zoned and agriculturally zoned parcels to allow the 201 commercial vacation rentals in those parcels.
and we don't have the specific analysis to say of those 163 that we're advertising, how many of those are in residential zones. Based on what we know, a large amount are commercial vacation rentals in residential zones. I would expect, without having a precise number, that a large majority of the number in Carmel Valley. In Carmel, I'm not sure if we have the breakdown of how many are operating in Carmel Highlands, but in Carmel, you have the entire Carmel area, and Carmel Highlands is just one area of it, so you would lose those rentals in the Highlands, but that could get absorbed in the rest of the Carmel area. So in that area, the impact is less. It's not such a large number because of the size of Carmel Highlands and how many of those are operating. The other thing I did just want to remind you all set the fees. The last time we were here, we got direction to bring back fees at cost recovery. So you all can set the fees if you want to look at different circumstances under which a waiver would be appropriate, or otherwise that's well within your purview as well. I've heard a lot of concerns for different types of operations that we wouldn't want to impact given these fees, which are based on cost recovery.
Through the chair, actually did do the rough analysis, so apologies, in Carmel Valley. Of the current ones that are advertised, we roughly, and staff would just like to once again emphasize roughly, estimate that 109 of the currently advertised vacation rentals in Carmel Valley are in residential zoning districts. And then in the Carmel land use plan, it would be 59 are in the LDR, which is where commercial vacation rentals would be prohibited.
And then the other two, Big Sur and Moss Landing?
And in Big Sur, there is a complete prohibition on commercial vacation rentals. So those 37 would need to convert to either limited or homestays.
111 in Moss Landing.
Yeah, and in Moss Landing, once again, staff, there is enough available commercial zoning that those, I believe it's two, apologies, well, I believe it's two that would be allowed in the draft ordinances. Those would be able to operate commercial vacation rentals in the commercial zoning areas of Moss Landing community plan.
Right, but not in the properties they own now. So we're talking about, I think the numbers you gave me, we're talking about 216 properties in these 4 areas. So it's significant, and that's why, and I agree with, we've all agreed that we know this is a concern for taking housing stock that's available to our residents, and that's why I like the cap, but I'm also just concerned that these 216 owners in a few months are going to be put out to not even continue anymore, and I think that's a significant change. Just doing something in these areas that we're not doing elsewhere, and just doing an outright prohibition has me a little uncomfortable doing all that all at once and so quickly to them. That's all.
Go ahead.
Thank
sorry.
you. Okay, no, good. So I appreciate the depth of conversation. I appreciate the public comment that we heard verbally here today. The amount of correspondence that has come in addition to, and this is just a part of it, it's a lot of communication that we've received from a wide variety of folks who have been paying attention to the process as it's wound its way through the Planning Commission. So I think where I see us at today, there's all sorts of additional pieces that we could work on here and adjust and flex and dial in. I think some of the issues you've raised are really good ones about agricultural land versus working farms versus what those things look like. I think, I would like to see us thinking about a cap or a total cap that includes the homestays so that we're just really clear from the get-go. But at this point, I think in order to give all of those who have been paying attention to the process and have been engaged so deeply for so long, to allow us to move this forward so that we can get to a point where we do have actual enforcement, I think is going to address a lot of the broad community concerns. So I'd like to, if I can pass the floor to the 5th District Supervisor, who's really been, I think, behind the scenes working on this for so long, I'd be happy to second a motion to approve what's before us today.
Thank you. Are we ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
And if I can just continue that, I think it will be necessary for us to continue addressing this and looking at this. But at this point, I'm a little uncomfortable to go far out of what the Planning Commission has publicly vetted at this point and move in a different
I'm okay
direction.
with if you want to put a motion on with this, it's fine. But I think I want to give some direction to the Planning Commission so we have something come back, because as I mentioned earlier, I think every area is going to have a little different need of what it want. If this is what we got here for these areas, that's great, but we got to look at the other areas too. And I've raised some of those questions. So go ahead with a motion as you want, and I may follow up with another one.
Okay, perhaps it might even be a friendly amendment. So I would like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation that we would be certifying the FEIR and moving forward with the Planning Commission's recommendations as well, to go ahead and follow the recommendations that have been laid out regarding the areas that we're going to be looking at. I'm going to go just going on too far here, but I think I'll just leave it with recommending that we approve the staff's recommendation and certify the FEIR. That is my motion, and I'm interested in any amendments that might wish to be made from it from my colleagues. Knowing that this is going to go back now, we'll have it next week on consent, and then we would be able to start enforcing it, which is what the whole idea is.
Actually, because of the holiday, it would be
week
September
after?
10th, yeah.
Okay, the 10th. I think it is. Thanks.
You were going second or? Okay. And then I'll see what I want to, throw into there is, I think, well, one, I'm going to say Supervisor Alejo had brought up some concerns about the limited, which I do think should be probably looked at in terms of fees. If you're going to do it 3 times a year, it's going to force people to go for longer periods of time in those 3 years to make up that 965. So I think there, it might be good to look at the fees onto that as well. But I wanted to, looking at the agricultural use onto there, would like, this sitting this back, I think we're going to go to the Planning Commission. Let me back off on that one. Let me go to the big one then first, which would be, is to have the commercial and all the unincorporated area, well, outside of what we already covered, which we dealt in the previous motion, it would be to have those commercial STRs in just commercial areas. And I'm not necessarily saying that's what I'm going to support when we come back here at the end, but by doing that, I think we've kind of covered all our base so we don't have to go back and forth volleyballing with the Planning Commission, if I'm understanding. That the council suggested that it has to go to the Planning Commission.
No, but I think I'm unclear if you're making, if it would be for us to bring regulations updated that would limit it to commercial, or to bring that question, that policy question, to the Planning Commission to get their specific consideration and recommendation on that policy question.
Whatever, I'll go with either, whatever will give us an opportunity so when it comes back to us, we can make.
So you want the option, but you're not saying bring back something that includes that.
Right.
Through the chair. So I think the motion that's on the table is not to send this back to the Planning Commission.
No, not.
The motion is to proceed with what's in front of us.
There's 2 different things here, and that's where maybe we have 2 separate motions. Would that be better?
I think what you mean is to offer a friendly amendment which provides direction to staff to bring the policy for the agriculture to the Planning Committee.
Let's just make it real clear. Let's just deal with your motion, and then I'll come back with one, okay, so we don't get any misunderstandings. Because I don't think it works in well for an amendment. It might get confused. So.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So the motion is on the floor, and I think we have a second.
Yeah. Any other discussion on that? Or yes.
So I just want to be able to share that I'm not going to be able to support the motion, and I just want to be clear as to why I don't think. I pointed out the unintended consequences. I think this is going to create new problems for us, a reduction in revenue. I think big picture, it's going to hurt the small family operator. I just don't feel this is going to be a solution. I think it's going to be a shift of problems. And when you look at big picture at this, these are the real scenarios that our community is living with, like trying to put a genie back in a bottle, right? This reality that this economy exists, this is 10% now of visitors to Monterey County using these resources. And if we think that overnight they're going to disappear, they're going to go to the black market. And if we really think we're going to hire enough people to be constantly out there chasing down these homes, I don't think that's realistic. I think we need a realistic plan. I don't feel that this opportunity, what we're looking for is not this particular opportunity. And for folks who, I want to see more low-income housing built. I want to see it built in a lot of these communities, and I look forward to seeing a lot of you folks at those conversations advocating for it, because I heard that concern today, rather than on the other side of lawsuits. So I just look forward to really seeing some support when that housing opportunity comes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I also won't be able to support the motion today. I have some different concerns. One, One was what I said earlier. There's the 216 units that are, these are folks who have been paying their taxes. They've been in business, they've been contributing to the TOT tax in the county. And now all of a sudden, we're going to say, because of this ordinance, we're going to just zero you out from one day to the next through this new ordinance. You're not going to be able to continue doing what you're doing, paying. I just think a fair process is if we had maybe a lower percentage in these areas, but to outright prohibit them and leave that cost very high, even for those 3-visit commercial rental units. That's where I just think there isn't a lot of fairness in the way this is crafted for those folks. I get it. I get the unique nature in these areas. I think I get it. We need to have something different, but to outright prohibit them so significantly has me a little troubled here. The other part, the 4% sounds good, but when you look at the overall numbers, currently 825 STRs are advertised, but under this ordinance, it would allow up to 1,347 at a cap. So that means under this ordinance, we would allow up to another 500 plus units to be able to get a permit to take more housing stock out of the market for our residents to buy or to rent. So we're hundreds, 500 homes. So this ordinance isn't achieving that either. Other counties have put an overall cap at a certain number. They look to those who already been in business and contributing, trying to abide by the rules and trying to deal with the nuisance and those kind of issues. But here, this would, I think, proliferate the problem that we have with another 500 units, in theory. And if they're limited, as I think some of my colleagues were alluding to, if we're limited in these 4 areas, do these owners or outside investors now look? We could get 500 permits in other parts of the county. It might still be profitable. So then we have worsened the problem. So I think that's real, and I see some heads nodding. So that has me concerned as well. If there was an overall cap that we're going to put an end to more units becoming STRs, I would feel better about that. This doesn't achieve it, and for that, I can't support this motion either. I would hate to look back when we look at how has this worked so far in 2 or 3 years when we're looking how many permits now, and instead of 800 and something, we're at almost 1,400. I think then we wouldn't have achieved what we tried to do, which is to stem the number of units not being available to our residents and worsening the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis in Monterey County. So for that, I'm going to not support this motion today.
Did you have a comment you want to make, Supervisor? Ask you.
I do, actually. I think it would be, just a question for Supervisor Alejo, are you suggesting that we should put a hard cap on the total number of closer to 800? And Mary, would you consider that as a...
You know, the only thing I can say is that I appreciate Supervisor Alejo's interpretation, but I know that this was gone through by many people for a very, very long time. And the research that went into it was always with the idea that it would limit the numbers of houses that we have and the short-term rentals that we have, and would promote the facility for people to build low-income housing. And I don't know whether either of you can help me with this, but I thought it had something to do with the numbers that are already actually out there that would be considered.
So just for a little bit of history, when we were last at the board, the direction that the board gave us was to go forward with draft regulations, do the environmental analysis that had a 6% cap countywide and 6% in each planning unit. So that's the basis for what our environmental analysis did. When we went through the analysis and looked at the public comment, contemplated some of that comment, we did analyze, we did look at, basically it would reduce environmental impacts to have a lower cap. So that was an option that was looked at in the EIR, a no growth cap that said, based on the numbers that we're operating, those are the numbers we want to allow. So, what's before you today, staff took its best effort to hear from public comment that 6% felt too high. And we wanted to encourage different types of these. And so we lowered it. But we've analyzed options that look at a no-growth cap or even a lower cap. So if that's desired, that is a fairly easy fairly straightforward edit to make and bring forward if that's desired.
Would it have to go back to Planning Commission with that change, or?
I don't think so. That was all a part of the analyses and considerations.
And I just asked the question because I know coming into this, when we gave direction for the initial EIR, there was members of the board who were advocating for an unlimited cap or, compromising on the 6% cap, who, now hearing say you'd be interested in having a significantly lower number, which I think was what Mary was originally advocating for when we had the initial EIR conversation. So I just heard an opening, and I'm just trying to say, hey, if the position has changed from having no cap to now saying, hey, let's set a lower cap in place, if this is the time where we make that decision and we've got votes to move to that lower number, and that would allow Supervisor Alejo to join us, I was just suggesting that Mary might want to make.
But I think the argument too is that they'd be even spread. Are we throwing that off the table? Because you can't just pick half the argument, right? I want to know, does it also include those other?
That was what my question. I was just asking the question. I heard an argument that didn't match up with the previous argument, so I was just trying to get clarification so that we could move forward.
The cap is, I think it's an issue it's worth discussing, and I can see Supervisor Alejo's points. I think they're really strong on that, but I'm going to come back with a motion here too, just so that we throw everything out on the table of looking at just the commercial and the commercial zones, and I hoping that we're going to be able to address that in a couple weeks, and that could be a time to really look at a cap too, because while I'm going to propose it for countywide, it may not be what we want to end up doing. We may want to just do it in some zones. But that would seem to be a best time to consider a cap, because if you're going to allow it in some residential areas, then that's where you're going to want more of a cap, because I think all 5 of us are kind of looking at different issues here. But I would like to have that cap come back and be addressed at a time. I don't know right now at 5 o'clock. That's the kind of number I want to go down on hard. But in 2 weeks, with a fresher brain, I would probably, be willing to look at it.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Should we vote on the current motion on the floor, and then you have an additional motion to make? Okay.
Okay. So at this point, we're voting for the staff's recommendation,
right,
which includes a cap at this point of 4%, and that's the motion. And it'll come back to us on consent.
I'm going to vote. I can't vote for it then either, so I would recommend it not come back on consent, because I'm just going to pull it in.
Oh, okay.
So.
May I just ask a point of clarification, just so that we're clear? So the ordinances, in the ordinances that came forward from the Planning Commission recommendation, all of the black text are the ordinances. We offered some other options that the Planning Commission wanted consideration of. So I want to be clear that I understand this motion to be, and I just want to make sure you all are clear, it's not the red underlined text. It's the ordinances without the red underlined text.
I think it was moving for staff recommendation with the exception of the principal resident.
I think this is attachment E, and it is on it starts with page 5.
If I could help, from what I heard from Supervisor Adams, it was adoption with the Planning Commission recommendations.
Yes.
Which you've highlighted in the ordinances as options, but she's, I think, okay with the Planning Commission recommendations.
Yes.
So, are we all clear then?
That's my motion.
Okay.
Black and red.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion carries 3-2. And with that, I would like to make another motion that would then, to the Planning Commission, as we previously discussed here, would be to consider that the commercial STRs only be utilized in commercial zoning, that actually like to also consider if carving out another category besides limited, commercial, and hosted, and have one for agriculture, because I think agriculture needs to be separated from commercial. And that we look at, because the purpose of this is really to encourage agritourism, is that we look at commercial farms, and that not just the zoning, and to I think that probably is just to include those into there, and that, you know, there'd be some special consideration, particularly on some of the smaller farms and operations, that it could be more more affordable, because I'm really concerned about a use permit on that being really pricey for some smaller ones. And then at the you know, at the hosted, you know, that some options being considered so it can be expanded for residents, you know, for people who have that property to include a second home on a property, for example, in a situation, not an ADU, because we know there's a difference between ADUs are out. Sorry, Supervisor Lopez. But you know, there are other dwellings that are not considered to be ADUs, and that, you know, they would be considered. And there was also the pricing on the limited permit pricing for the limited STRs as well. It's pretty extensive, I understand.
Mr. Chair, I'm confused on the process, because the motion that you just approved moves the ordinance as recommended by staff for final approval in 2 weeks on September 10th. I don't think there's a planning commission, so you're asking now for the ordinance to go back to be reworked on these particular areas to the planning commission when it's set now with the last vote we just took for final adoption on September 10th.
Yeah, it's an amendment, is what I'm proposing to.
But you're saying it send it back to the planning commission.
No, it's not. This isn't sending the ordinance back to planning, which we've already approved. This is for amendment consideration.
So would the amendment be totally separate?
Yeah.
And it would come up, it could come up whenever, and would start where it would normally start, which is
my
at
understanding
the
is
Planning Commission?
If I could help again,
Okay.
you all by motion adopted Title 21, all the resolutions, and you introduced and waived reading, and the other Title 7's coming back on September 10th. You're now making a motion to make policy considerations for the Planning Commission to start considering on potential amendments to what you've adopted.
Right.
Okay. Is that clear? And I'm assuming you're not putting a timeline on that, but you want to start the process to start to look at those issues of what's going
I
to.
would like to have that back before 6 months, which is when the business, you know, the license start, if possible. Is that putting too much of a timeline on you?
I mean, we will have the ordinances in place, hopefully, and they'll be effective, and staff will start going through the process. And if you make those changes, if the board chooses to make the policy changes you're discussing, it will further complicate things, certainly, but.
Well, because some of those, with this ordinance, you're going to entitle people to get a permit in residential areas outside of these 4 land use areas, and what he's recommending would further restrict those with an amendment down the road. So
we would have to build in amortization to properly meet that issue.
What's a reasonable timeline that would, you know?
Well, so if I understand it correctly, we'd move forward with what's been adopted today and then start looking at another ordinance that revises what's been adopted today to get something to consider as soon as possible. 6 months is probably reasonable. Part of the concern we would have is making sure that we don't start implementing, enforcing something that 6 months later becomes different.
Right.
It creates a little bit of confusion, but if those things that you've directed, if you've given us some time to think about whether or not there's really a conflict with what we would do now versus what we might do next, we could think about that, and we can amortize things as well. So we can bring the questions back to the Planning Commission and then come back and report on where we stand on potential future revisions.
If I could just add one thing too, is I'm referencing the cannabis program because we laid those ordinances out, you adopted them, but it was an iterative process, and we were back before the board a good amount making amendments to those ordinances. So that can occur as we learn along the way. In that instance, it was a little more in response to changes in state law, but that's something the board can do to better refine a program that you want to see.
My only concern is that one of the reasons why we were pushing this to come back to us quickly was because we wanted to get enforcement started, that we wanted to stay on the timeline that we had for that, which was, I think, October 14th, is essentially the time date that would work. So I don't want us to do anything that's going to move us away from that.
I think we're already on that track. I mean, right?
So one of I think, so when I'm trying to look at those specifics. And so if I look at the homestays option and possibly expanding it to second homes, that's one where I can say, if we adopt homestays as they are now, if we were to, that would be an amendment where we would add to it. I don't think that would be problematic, that if we started enforcing, people started coming in, making their applications, because when they come and make their applications, we're accepting their fees. So that's one that I wouldn't see problematic. I think, just as staff, if there's a real consideration to possibly restrict commercial vacation rentals only to commercial zoning, we absolutely can do a more amortization, but that would have to, I think, it adds a lot of confusion to the process because the vast majority are all in residential areas, and those folks would have come in and applied for the process. So that's one that I feel going forward with them and starting to implement is more problematic. The ag and its own category, I think we could start with where we're at, go back. I would say we should also go back to the Ag Advisory Committee to advise the Planning Commission. That one, I think we could, further refinements wouldn't throw a lurch in the process. The limited vacation rental pricing, that could be just simply set that at a different fee. So I think the only, in my opinion, from an implementation, the commercial vacation rentals only in commercial zoning, if we move forward to start on an effective date to implement, we've got all these people in residential zones where outside of where we've got limitations, that would cause some great confusion. And my guess is many people might not want to come in the process if they know we're considering further limiting them. So I'm not sure where to go with that, but that's from staff's perspective. I think that's the most challenging one.
Thank you for the clarification, and I understand that, problems that might be causing, but I heard from certain areas around, in my own district where there's a concern for that. I've heard over here from, I think Pebble Beach is excluded from these areas, that they've expressed a concern about that. So I throw it out there, not to say that it would be around a county-wide, but it maybe needs to be considered for some other areas. And I'm going to keep that on the motion, and hopefully we can work around that. Question is if anybody will second it.
So maybe better repeat it. What are we doing?
So,
what staff heard?
I would ask Kelly to repeat the proposed motion.
Let Melanie repeat it because
all right.
she's got it all written down. And
we're passing the buck here, yeah.
So the motion as staff understood it was to go back and consider, have the Planning Commission staff and with Planning Commission consider limiting commercial vacation rentals only to commercial zones, treating commercial vacation rentals in ag zones as its own separate category, homestays, looking to expand those to kind of a hosted concept for properties where property owners have second homes, not ADUs or JADUs, and then also to look at reduced fee for limited vacation rental permits.
The only thing I would add in there for the ag is it wasn't just in the agricultural zones, but agricultural operations.
So working
Those
farms.
could be outside the
Can I just ask a question for clarification again? So with regarding the commercial short-term rentals, what is the difference between saying that they are disallowed in residential areas as opposed to they are only allowed in commercial areas?
So currently, not talking about the areas where we have specific limitations or prohibition on commercial vacation rentals. In other planning areas, the residential zones, commercial zones, and agricultural zones may all have commercial vacation rentals. If you were to prohibit it to just commercial vacation rentals in commercial zones and then add a separate category of that type of, I'll just start calling them farm stays, which did get eliminated through the process early on, just for, then that would be a separate category to be allowed in agricultural zones. And so then that would therefore not allow in any land use plan area, commercial vacation rentals in residential zones. So that's what the combination of those two considerations.
Is there a way to make it simpler?
I would love to make vacation rentals simpler. I mean, I would look to the motion maker.
I really don't think so. Again, we've approved something that I'm looking at has potential to spill out and to be some potential problems. I'm trying to be, look at something as with some fairness and also trying to capture what might be potential problems down the line. And not wait until they really erupt into a big problem. We have to wait 7 years to come to solve them. So I don't think I could really make it simpler onto that. I think there's 4 or 5 different points there, which I see as weaknesses in this.
Right.
I think they're good points, and I would have some to add that I would love to have it when we get to the point where we're reviewing this again, like add to the mix. I think at this point, we need to give staff the chance to go get this implemented. We've got a lot, like I said at the very beginning of my comments, our long-term planning staff has a to-do list that's a mile long. Getting this through is one huge piece, getting it to where they've got the outreach to do, the permitting to do, all of the additional to work to make this actually get up and running. So I think I'm inclined to say I'd love to have this conversation. I'd love to revisit sort of where we're at, given where we find ourselves at a year from now, and then if we want to start revisiting things.
I'm going to leave the motion out there if there isn't going to be support for it, but this is going to spill over into some other areas where we've done. I'm trying to just get it out here so that the ball is rolling and that some people are thinking about it. I think there's going to be real issues in some adjoining planning areas, and it's a little better to be proactive.
I feel that way particularly about the Pebble Beach, Delmonte Forest area.
And that would be included into this.
Can I address that one since we're having this conversation? Because I've heard several folks ask a question specifically about where the ranking of an HOA, private roads. And I know that in order to get a permit, your private road community has to agree, right, to allow you per the writing of this. Is that correct?
So it's not that they have to agree. So the way that our proof of access ordinance is written is that so we make it explicit that commercial vacation rentals are a discretionary approval that is subject to the proof of access ordinance. And therefore, if you want more details, I can let Taylor speak to it. But that essentially then prompts the process where then evidence needs to be shown is it's a private road. Is there an agreement that would potentially prohibit this use? Or if not, is there a maintenance agreement? So that would allow, for example, in the case of Pebble Beach, commercial vacation rentals, if Pebble Beach with privately owned, managed by the company, has a limitation in their roads agreement or maintenance agreement that says this type of use would not be allowed, then that proof of access ordinance is how it would come into play.
So process-wise, because I can imagine several people getting into it and then finding out down the road, oh, actually, after spending all this money and having permit fees down and everything else, I'm not actually eligible because I can't get that. Can't we require that at the first visit, that you come in with a letter of proof or support?
So what we've done, so how it's worked, for example, with the current, so nothing in our regulations asks for proof for support. What it is and actually if we can share, I think this will help with the private roads discussion. Can we share staff right? You want to just go in?
I think, yeah, so we left homeowners associations or any reference to them out of this ordinance. It is part of the inland regulations right now for the transient use of residential property for remuneration, which is our inland STR ordinance that we've been implementing for years. It does say in that ordinance that we will consider the recommendations of the homeowners association. And we won't approve projects where the homeowners association objects to the issuance of the permit. This ordinance does not have any reference to homeowners associations. We have not made our process part of the HOA process in any way. So a homeowners association, in adopting their own CC&Rs, can prohibit short-term rentals within their area, but they would have to enforce that themselves. They can participate in the permitting process, but there's nothing in our regulations that say they need permission in order for us to issue a permit. And the proof of access regulations, those were written to help us determine when to apply essentially a condition that puts the burden on the applicant to demonstrate they have the right to access versus having the burden on someone who's objecting to a permit that their neighbor is seeking to prove otherwise. So essentially, if someone doesn't have an easement in place or a maintenance agreement and there's an argument over what the legal rights to the access on a shared private road driveway are, then we might consider putting in a condition on that permit that says before we issue any future permits, building permit or vacation rental operator license, then you have to essentially show us evidence, proof from a judgment or something that you have the right to access for this purpose.
So if you really want that motion, I'll second it.
Okay. I don't know. Any supervisor ask you?
Yeah, I think that they're really good points. And like I said, I have a whole list of additional points that I think had we been making sausage in this, but given the fact that staff has a lot on their plate, I'm inclined to say, like, get started, get going. Let's revisit this in a year. We can take the information that we have at that point and then send to our planning commission a set of additional factors that we'd like them to consider.
I'll pull off the one part because as staff has said, it could be a potential problem about the. But I think it's an important thing to consider where we have limit commercial STRs to commercial areas. So that would leave the rest with the ag and the hosted ones. And I think there was another point in there too, whether that would have support to go ahead with that, because I'm looking at both of those really is directed right at people who are living in our county, and trying to design something up to help people have a better chance of buying a home, or trying to or maintain it, or encourage agritourism, and some modifications on just what there is current. Would you be willing to go with that? That takes out the big one that could be problematic.
I think my concern is with the priorities that we're laying on staff right now and how much else we have on their plate. We've got to get the housing element completed and submitted. I mean, the list, we reviewed it earlier this year, the list of tasking that has been put on housing and community development, long-term planning staff it literally is a mile long. It's like 50 items long. And so I'm just cautious of adding more to their plate at this point in time. I think we're going to have to get parts of this through the Coastal Commission. I think it it makes things more complicated than necessary at this point in time. But I would be open to, in a year, once we have some information, once we have a permitting process up and running, also looking at how we do the fees for limited. I'd also be interested in looking at, including the homestays with a cap. I'd be interested in talking about, if Supervisor Alejo wants to provide lower limits in certain areas, I'm open to that as well. I'm open to revisiting all of this, but I think we need to give staff the chance to get started working on it.
So as, may not have support here from everybody, but we have a first and a second, so we'll put this to a vote so we can get moving on. Those in favor? Aye. Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Aye.
What time is it?
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Fails.
I'll say this, Mr. Chair. The reason I'm voting no is I don't understand enough about those requests and the impacts. I'd rather work with you perhaps to craft a referral to put in. They're not things I'm opposed to. It's just sitting up here today, given the conversation that's already taken place, I'd want to understand better what I'm committing to by voting yes, and perhaps you and I can do that as a referral to bring it back.
And it's getting kind of late. And
I'm concerned the farm stays were taken out, apparently. I'm worried about that.
so I think there's some support for doing that. Okay, that'd be fine. Go on to other board matters, if there are any such thing. Yes, please go ahead, Sonia.
All right, well, I have the distinct honor to be able to speak about our elections department today, and they are ramping up for what's going to be a very interesting election season. And with that, just want to share some of the accomplishments that they've had, but perhaps most importantly, begin with the need for volunteers to assist with our election. We are hoping that we will have county employees engaging and helping us on election day. Once they've obviously cleared it with their departments. What the elections department has done is collaborated with the our information technology department to launch more new and secure elections website using the .gov domain, joining the county on the CMS system. The department was approved and awarded multiple grants, including those related to voter accessibility, security, voter technology, totaling more than $450,000. The department launched a new robust outreach and communications program, and with successes including exceeding benchmark performance measures for outreach and civic engagement by 35% without increasing elections cost. They built a new bilingual social media program, and they also have the books and ballots early voting and candidate filing program. They expanded incarcerated voters program to include outreach and voting opportunities at facilities housing juveniles, and initiated a tri-county communications working group. The department coordinated and hosted a successful multi-agency and cross-county elections emergency planning and response session that included a national nonprofit, 3 counties, 11 local departments, and 2 federal departments and a state agency. And lastly, in preparation for the 2024 presidential election, the department has completed candidate and measure filing processes over 245 candidates, 30 local measures, 10 state propositions representing 75 jurisdictions, 122 divisions, 208 voting precincts, 138 ballot types, and jurisdictions shared across 4 counties outside of Monterey County. That's our elections department.
Thank you. We have no new referrals and time for board comments. Supervisor Askew, do you want to go?
Sure. The elections department also has a student poll worker program for high school students who are age 16 and older. Really cool. And you get a stipend, so very neat. I just wanted to say that my team will be out at the Senior Resource Fair at the Monterey County Fair's Senior Resource Fair on Thursday. So if you are out and about, come check out our booth and grab some goodies from all of the senior resource organizations who will be sharing information. And then we'll look forward to seeing you at the fair.
Thank you. I would just want to, first of all, say thank you to all our county employees, 5,000 plus employees. Monday is Labor Day, so this is the weekend where we honor all American workers, but especially those here in our county family. I want to thank my team for the hard work they do. We were out at doing mobile office hours last Friday at the Latino Farmers Market. Just wanted, I know I talked to the health department, but people were asking for COVID kits and things like that because they're hard to get right now. And there's been a spike at the end of the summer. So I just wanted to encourage our health department that when they're tabling, maybe when our officers are out there tabling at the fairgrounds or at the farmers markets, that we have some of those things available to give to the public, which really could help when they have their family gatherings or after the family gatherings if they're feeling ill. Last thing I wanted to say was I'll be representing our county at the CSAC Board of Directors meeting tomorrow through Thursday. For our next meeting, we will be voting on some of those ballot propositions that are on the November ballot as well from the county's point of view. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Lopez.
Just a reminder, tomorrow night is the community meeting in San Lucas where we'll be discussing the options with the State Water Board for the future water supply for that community. The following evening, I'll be in Chular for our next cafecito, so welcome the community out to join us, and I'll keep it brief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Adams.
I don't really have much to add other than I'm very thankful to everyone today for the short-term rental ordinance, being able to move that ahead. It was really a big deal. And I hope that I'll be able to comfort my friends in Pebble Beach that we will be able to ensure that they get the same kind of protection that the others do, if not right now, then soon. Thank you.
And I'll just announce I'm going to be in Pajaro at 6 o'clock, which I will be late, and for the fire preparedness and levy update. Any readout from council?
So real briefly, we will have a COVID test available to pass out at the Senior Resource Fair. Yeah, thanks.
No reportable action from closed session.
We'll adjourn and be back on September 10th. Sorry.